Hello, everyone, and welcome to the library, where you can discover your next adventure. I am your host, the author, and tonight we join the USS Stavanger, the olive branch of the Shackleton, to play Star Trek Adventures, a tabletop RPG by our friend Zambodifius. Every week we continue our adventures on the wild and wonderful frontier of the Federation. And yeah. Today we're getting into the weird side of interstellar air diplomacy, as in order to prove peace, we have to try out war. Because reasons.
Logical, I guess.
It's kind of like a stove is hot kind of thing, huh?
Yeah.
We've given them the Och. They want to see what the Chi would be.
Mm-hmm. In order to make sure that they're not gonna end up on a false hill. But anyways,
right hill to die on. Is that the plan?
Yep.
They're testing to see if a war with us would actually be bad.
Oh, we're gonna get scapegoated so hard.
We should do instead. We should program in.
We're gonna get so screwed here.
We should program the entire Dominion War into a holodeck program that you can brain dump in a few seconds. You know, like they did to O'Brien.
Right? Yeah.
This is war. Pazoom.
But war, what is it good for?
Right.
They didn't want simulations. They wanted
diplomacy, apparently.
actual experience.
Well, to them it will be.
All right, and on
Also,
that note,
why are we worried about getting? Sorry.
And on that note, let's set course for adventure for Season 1, Episode 19, All's Fair in Love and War.
Shuttle on board the ground shuttle. It's just called the Chico.
Okie dokie.
There we go.
It doesn't have a proper computer voice. It just makes bicycle horn noises.
Least helpful computer in Starfleet.
There's...
My God, all those squirrels, Jesus.
All
You
the
forgot
squirrels.
how many squirrels were in the scene?
Apparently I did.
I can't even see them number of squirrels in the scene. How many is many?
A couple dozen.
Couple dozen.
21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27,
Why
28,
are there so many
29, 30,
squirrels?
31, 31.
The red ones are part of the shakers,
3,000
right?
squirrels. There's 3,000
Oh my god, a robot. Oh my, that was frightening.
He's
Shakers?
mobile and shakers. They're the ones that quantify what is Atch and what is Chi.
And then the blue
They're
ones are
moral.
the dream.
They're moral, good and bad.
Okay, which is which?
Atch is good, Chi is bad. We have given the Atch
Okay.
of being with us the good. They want to test the Chi, which would be going against us, which is why we have the war game.
Okay. Makes sense.
Hey, 9. You welcome them because you want to be a pet and be pampered.
All right. And I definitely need to update this. And update that. Yeah, my entire opening ain't scene is falling apart, so I'm like ad-libbing here.
The opening scene, which was really requiring either Sorrel or Gray to be here.
Uh-huh.
The what?
I mean, do we just want to wait a few minutes? Because
Well, to quantify for what Sorrel was doing, he was the one in charge. He and Venix are in charge of the actual setup for the war game, and Gray is currently
Gotcha.
refitting our warp core, as well as overseeing the
Makes sense.
defiantness of the Gettysburg.
Okay.
You know what? This is where we have supporting characters. There's 4. Smith.
Yes.
You unfortunately are in charge of not only just figuring out the game's aims, but you have to stall for the repairs as happening up in orbit. So, you are part of the negotiations, which are being led by not the Provocateur, but the Deputy Provator Shimon.
That was literally just how I would say Simon when I'm really badly lisping.
Yep.
What's a probator?
They are the Shakers.
The leader of the Shaker faction. Provocateur. Provocateur.
They're the
I'm
red
gonna
coats. Fine.
I'm gonna misspell that so often.
They like to provoke. It's fine.
Yeah, they're people who provoke.
Provocateur, okay.
Ah.
Yeah.
I thought you said probator or something.
I thought you said probator as well, and I was like, what are we probing here? I don't.
He's saying it provocateur.
All right.
Everything's fine.
Let's see. So this is Mag 2,
Everything's on fire.
Div 3,
yet.
Work 15. CD. This is 2. War games. Okay, so we have our extended task out, but this is an extended consequence because as the Chet presumably are working to fill up the war games and get this all tied up so we can actually get it started. Your job is to stall them, stop them from working, and keep this from being completed. The more rounds as you get this is completed, the more rounds as we have in orbit it to get the ship together.
Oh.
Which will be free preparation time for you guys. Provided you don't get caught.
Basically, I'm just keeping everything slow and going through everything painstakingly.
That's the idea.
Yeah.
Well, we're still stuck down here.
You're not necessarily a stuck down there. The main meeting has been broken off, and you can find like a nice little office cubbyhole all with the deputy provocateur.
We could beam out at any time we want. The reason we beamed into the warehouse initially was because the Chet are very ADD and will poke at anything, so if we didn't beam into a location without any Chet in it, the Chet that were guiding us would have been overwhelmed and chaos.
Yeah, that's all fine.
Yeah,
fine,
you
good.
can.
Are we able to just beam back up to the ship?
You are able to beam up. It's highly suggested that you like find a closet or something to or like a private room to beam up in.
Like, a whole bunch of panic and whatnots.
Yeah, don't beam out in the middle of crowds. You're gonna cause a panic.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I think that's probably the best place for myself.
Wait, did the Chet not have transporters?
They do not have transporter tech, so it's really, really awesome for them.
Yeah, they probably go into a bit of a question frenzy if one of us just beamed out in the middle of them.
Yeah, I would like to return to the Stavanger.
Okay. Phoenix, did you want to stay down out here, or did you want to go up to the ship and help with repairs?
Probably be best to stay with the captain.
All right. And Sorrel's going up with you as well.
Copy. Okay. Makes sense. Yeah, so I mean, I guess before Captain begins all of his long-winded negotiation tactics, Sorrel and I guess would try to find somewhere quiet. We can both head up to the ship and start doing some work, I guess. And when is this war game supposed to happen? Like tomorrow? Does it all kind of depend on how good we delay?
It depends on how good you delay, but the implication is as soon as the negotiations and rules are signed and done, the clock starts.
Oh, that's crazy. Yeah, these jokers are wild.
They are wild.
Yeah,
they want things done quickly.
Yeah,
because they don't have the attention span to not do things quick.
Sure, but there could also be ulterior motives for the speed of us to move forward without really looking into things. I think that there's some sort of ulterior motive here that we are not privy to.
Probably. As you're trying to find a place to get out, insight. I'll give you like insight security. The difficulty 1 to find like a nice quiet corner you can transport out of.
Copy. You cool with investigation?
Espionage.
Copy. That works.
Get you some momentum going here.
Yup.
Heck yes.
Oh God. Okay.
Is this the right music? It is. As you are, because as you're like up in this tree and you're kind of like walking along branches, and stuff, and like climbing up ropes and to find this corner. You find about 50 meters away from you a whispered conversation between two Chet. They are both wearing red.
Okay. Yeah. I guess, can I try to clock any parts of their conversation while we nonchalantly walk to a location to beam from?
For momentum, you can.
Yeah. Let's do one of those.
Scroll up. Camera. Cool. One of them appears to be another Chet leader, or that you were introduced to, the provocateur, or Detha. She is the leader of the entire Shaker faction, or the Shaker Parliament, part of the house. It's a function of the government, and she's the leader of it.
Okay. Alrighty.
And the other person in there are talking to is whispering and giving them orders and saying, "Okay, do this, then do that, and if you can, and make sure that your people are in the position over here. This will work out."
Copy. So the general just giving orders about positioning and whatnot? Copy.
But for what?
Yeah, exactly. Sharing orders about positioning and timing. But for what? Not sure. Alrighty. Well, I'm not really in a great position to go spy on people. What's your name? Provocateur Detha? Is that what that says?
Detha.
Detha, gosh. Thank you. All right. Well, I'll keep that information close to my chest, and then once I get back to the Stavanger, I'll get on comms with everyone and let them know what that was. And then I'll have some stuff that I want to do on the Stavanger. But we can happily cut away at that point.
Based on where Smith and Venixar would probably be sending it to pads.
Yeah.
There's pads, as you can text each other.
Yeah, that was basically what I was going to do. I didn't want to make too big of a scene. But yeah, I guess if we can find somewhere quiet, team up, and I guess go from there.
Give me an Insight Command difficulty 2.
Copy. Thank you, roll 20. This machine will load. Come on now. Copy. All right. Insight Command Div 2 still one of the applicable focuses here?
Or? Something like Chain Command, Politics.
Copy. None of those then. Alrighty. We'll give you a threat. Go up to 3 die. And Insight Command. Whoa. No focus, my apologies. So 3.
All right. But you do get it. It is kind of weird that at this like high government official, this is like the vice president and sitting in the Senate. They're like in charge of the Senate, and she's taking orders from someone else.
Gotcha. And we were not introduced to this other one, correct?
The other one doesn't look familiar.
Gotcha. Okay, but still wearing the red shaker robes. Copy. Alrighty. Not like we have good databases or anything about these chats. Even if we could, we'd be able to figure out which one is which. Probably not. Okay, copy.
Is their chat Google? Can we borrow their internet?
Alright, copy that. Are we still with Chet, or are they escorting us somewhere, or?
They're not necessarily escorting you. They're like 2 meters behind you, just us making sure that no one harasses you as you're walking around.
Gotcha. Okay, copy that.
But they're not like in your face about it at this point.
Copy. Okay, I think it's probably best to keep it that way. So I think asking them any sort of leading questions is probably not in our best interest. I guess I could ask one who the Chet elder is. Maybe they'll tell me. No, then that would imply that I was looking into it. Never mind. I'll keep that information myself, and then once we get back to the Stavanger, I'll chuck it to everyone's pads for text communication.
All right. You're able to find a little hidey hole. You have like half the security team with you, and these check guards. Okay. Anything else we can do for you?
I saw what was that provocateur Death talking with one of the other leaders? Yes.
I think so.
I'm curious about how your government works between the Shakers and the Dreamers. Are they equal parties, or is there a system of seniority between them?
Give me a reason, command, and difficulty 2.
Copy. Reason, command, diff 2. I'll give you a threat up to 3 die. Copy.
No, they're mostly equal parties. The Dreamers come up with the new rules, and the Shakers test to see how those rules will shake out. They're equal, but they have different functions.
Very interesting. Wow, that's very interesting way of doing things. Has it been that way for some time? Yeah. I guess we're vibey with it. I don't want to ask them too many leading questions here, but
We also had that communism phase 15 years ago.
Okay, all right.
And then we tried fascism for like 5 years. That turned out to a disaster. Ruined an entire facial hair.
Right, yeah, that... Okay, interesting. That makes sense. So with multiple provocateurs, right? That was Detha, and the one she was speaking with was another provocateur. Is there a council of provocateurs, or?
No, there's just the one provocateur and her deputies.
Ah, I see, okay. Very interesting.
What about your government system?
Oh, well, the Federation is unique in that we allow different member worlds to sit and submit ideas and ideologies and whatnot. It is a diverse governmental system.
Yeah,
thank
go
you
ahead.
so much for your time.
Go ahead and give me Presence Command Diff 1, see if they're bored with your explanation.
Copy.
Super at.
Diff 1.
No, you managed to give like a brief explanation on like the elementary school level explanation of how the Federation works.
Nice.
Like, yeah. Okay, I see how. So, you have all these different planetary members, and they come together, or to make decisions, and then the president makes sure those decisions get made.
More or less. Nothing to. That's a decent grasp of it thus far. Well, thank you so much for your time. It's been lovely speaking with you. Myself and the commander have to return to our ship to prep for the coming exciting diplomatic relationships.
Good luck.
You as well. Thank you.
And with that, you turn a quarter, tap your comm badge, and beam up.
Copy. Alrighty. Goodness.
Meanwhile, Smith and Bennett.
Hall of Justice?
Yeah.
You're in this little meeting room off to the side. There's a couple. There's like this wooden desk that's there, a couple beanbag chairs, a hammock, and there's like 3 different computer consoles just in various locations around the place. It's very cozy. And DP Shimon is talking to you excitedly. Okay, so the win condition is getting the Horgon back to your base, or just as grabbing it and running away with it.
The win condition for the war game is to successfully capture the idol and return it to your base. If you are intercepted by the opposing team and they take back the idol, you'll have to recapture it from their base. You cannot recapture it from them directly.
Okay, so alright. And of course we're going to be using simulated weapons calculated by our computers. We don't want to do actual damage here, or we just want to see what happens.
That'd be correct.
Are we stunning or just tag you're it, or you're dead, kind of thing?
We could do stunning, but we also have the option of of using simulated combat systems. So laser tag vest.
Right.
Yes, I believe a vest or something similar with a target that when hit lights up would be adequate enough.
Sorry, took a bite of food and it was really spicy.
In that respect, if your vest is triggered, you are to immediately cease fighting and return to your base until either until a set amount of time, or until your allies return to the base in order to return you to active duty.
What about field reses?
We'll have one designated officer per 5-man team. If that person can revive you on the spot, but if that person is downed in this respect, nobody else can get you back up in the field.
So we can shoot these medics?
You can't go out of your way. You can't go out of your way to shoot them, but if they get shot in the crossfire, that is all right.
We should introduce the concept of war crimes here.
You absolutely could.
It has been a long-standing tradition for Federation, in particular my species, that we do not actively target medical officers. In most respects, medics aren't even armed, or at least not armed heavily. A small pistol for self-defense is about it, but they're discouraged from actively participating in combat. These medics would be similar to that. They would have traditionally from my planet, a red cross on their armband or their vest.
The Federation would have similar stipulations.
Yeah.
Granted, not all nations agree with it, like Klingons, but that's a different issue.
Yeah.
No, not reason. Shoot. It's gonna be, President's Command, difficulty 3. As you are explaining the concept of non-combatant medics.
I mean, to be fair, the Klingons are a warrior species, so everybody's a warrior, and there are no innocent parties.
Exactly, and also if you get injured and die in combat, well, that's good. We're not going to drag you out and deny you glory. Very, very sticky selling points when trying to come up with international law.
Let's see, diplomacy or composure as a focus. Try to keep the ball rolling while also answering questions as they rapid fire at me.
I was thinking more like history or interstellar or politics.
Unfortunately, no.
I could do diplomacy and increase combat.
I will take that. You can have a threat.
Okay. Oh, goodness.
It's almost like this is my best roll.
Well, it should be.
It's the highest at the highest and the highest possible I can do.
They are intrigued with this idea and kind of nod and go, huh. and everyone agrees that medics should not be hurt in general.
There are some powers in the universe that don't specifically adhere to this. The Klingons, as a warrior nation, believe that every member of their society is capable of and can fight. So medics are not treated with the same respect and honor that we would assume they should be.
That is
More civilized races make distinction between combatants and non-combatants, and do not target non-combatants.
But even when you fight the Klingons, do you strive to not hit these non-combatants?
We strive to maintain a better example for the universe at large. We would avoid fighting the medics directly if and when possible. The Klingons do not make that easy for us, and they rarely have distinguishing characteristics for their different crew members. They all wear very similar armor and regalia.
They're usually armed.
And Klingons find greater honor in wielding a blade and a gun than carrying around what would be identifiable as a medical bag and other tools. To a Klingon, there is no greater honor than to die in battle.
What about for the Federation?
For the Federation, our honor comes in our works. For me in particular, it would be my diplomatic relations and my linguistic and archaeological studies.
In general, the Federation does not embrace the die with honor value. Although certain individuals do, it is not an all-encompassing racial trait.
The Federation has gained strength through diversity, rather than one overarching goal for every individual. While the Klingons have their honor and their warrior culture, the Federation has culture from hundreds of different worlds melding together to create a greater whole.
That is fairly similar to how we operate. We don't have one tradition. We try out many traditions. We test every single way of holding a government to see which one unsticks. And it's my job to make sure that only the good ideas stick. With that,
While the Federation as a whole has one government, the individual worlds still hold their original traditions and governmental bodies as well.
that we're gonna see how much work we can get done. Four, and then there's 2 resistance. I'll spend 1. Just see those zeros. So 5 minus 2, I got 3 work. Not a whole lot. Now you can do a Presence Command or something else as you're doing your style. Difficulty 3, Comp Standard. Venix, you can and help with Presence Command as well. Or Reason, if you're bringing up logical arguments.
So, diplomacy as a focus?
Yes.
Okay, you can have a threat.
Right.
And go on. Yay.
So one threat. So go ahead and roll command plus the next go ahead and roll 6 challenge dice.
6 challenge dice. No.
You want to?
We can use momentum to reroll.
You can.
I'll reroll 3.
Right.
Much better.
There we go. Resistance is also 2, 5, 6, 7. All right. This conversation managed to go nowhere. Smith, do you want to try to, or Smith or Venix, would you want to try to create any advantages to stall them for longer, or any like traits or tips or tricks you want to do to make this easier?
How receptive are they to what we're saying? Are they just unconvinced and listening, or not really listening and tuning us out at this point? Or are they still?
I can answer that. I can answer that for one momentum.
Okay.
They are actually pretty interested. They're seeing some similarities with our own culture. They are kind of intrigued at the idea of not hurting medics, even on the other side.
I will launch kind of into a monologue of, well, the humans did government like this. First, it kind of started off as anarchy, then evolved into feudalism, and then evolved into democracy. With the various stops off at fascism and communism. Now the Andorians, on the other hand, they did this, and then the Vulcans also did this, and just kind of,
go through the history of older governments.
Right, but kind of emphasizing that it wasn't a trial and error kind of thing. It was an evolution. One thing, led to another, as civilization increased, as education increased, as different values changed, from kill your neighbor to take their stuff to share your stuff with your neighbor, kind of with that emphasis.
Adding in the diplomatic and xenoarchaeological significance of all these different events and governments.
Leading up to the Federation, which is a council of different governments, we're trying to come to a consensus.
Yeah, I'll allow that trait. Trait of, let's see how to say this, like history of governments in Selexure.
Yeah, pretty much, yeah.
Xenopolitics 101.
Xenopolitics, yes.
Yeah, if there's a whiteboard in there, I'm gonna.
There's several computers
all over the place.
Yeah, there's several computers. Xenopolitics. I think that's how you say it.
Yeah.
Xenopolitical history. We are just making up college courses at this point.
We're gonna tell this to Sorrel later, and the project is gonna twitch.
He's so mad he's not here
Yeah, he
for
would have
this.
loved that. He would have loved that. Yeah. Now, the legal system, on the other hand,
you're able to like sneakily go to your pad and like download xenopolitical history, a textbook, and you can start teaching from it. As you're downloading that, Guy, you can send your text message.
Yeah, I just send the text message through, just saying that I went back to the ship, but that I heard the leader, the provocateur Detha, leader of the Shakers, receiving orders from another of the Chet elders in the red Shaker garb, and that he was telling her that, hey, if you have your troops positioned here at this time, yada yada, then it should work out. And that was all I heard, but that it did pique my little ears.
well, if I'm the one that got the message, I'll definitely
Yeah, you would definitely
share.
priority list for sure. Yeah.
Okay. Make sure the captain sees it as well.
Yeah. Captain's in the middle of a speech about the xenoarchaeological significance of this Russian monument to Earth history.
And you get the wink nod to check your pad, and you look down and you see this message.
I'll also text back. Do you have any idea what they meant?
Yeah, I guess are we live chatting?
Yeah, you can live chat, but I'm
Yeah.
gonna spend to threat Phoenix. I'm gonna need a presence command. I miss just let this be diff 1 because as they're very interested in the conversation, but just to make sure that you can like stealthily have this conversation without making it too obvious that you're worried.
Okay.
Oh, presence security. So I'm sorry, security work.
Present security, okay. Computer says to focus? Or not really apply to the pad?
No, not applicable. This is more like a keep you in poker face.
Okay.
So stealth, espionage.
No problemo.
Okay. You can manage to keep a straight face as you're like having this conversation, texting underneath your desk type thing.
Yeah, I'll convey that I wasn't able to hear anything else. That it was just in passing. Didn't want to like bring any attention to the fact that I heard it. But I will also just put in there that this whole thing feels very, very bad to me, and this feels like this doesn't feel good, right? So I'm going to make that clear that I'm going to try to do some digging up on the ship, because there's a lot about this situation that I think are completely in the dark on. Chet haven't had contact with Starfleet for a while. That doesn't mean they haven't been contacted by someone in the past time in between Starfleet visitations. So I think there's a lot of stuff that we are unsure about here. Getting some bad vibes.
This could be against us. It could be an internal coup. It could be completely unrelated to anything we're doing.
Right.
And it's just a red herring.
Why would I do that?
And 3 comes back to us discussing something about a coup.
Alrighty. Well, yeah, I'll send that over.
Okay. Anything else going on in this conversation?
Keeping it open. No, just keep an eye on things. Like just listen out. I think.
Do we know who was having this discussion?
Yeah, it was provocateur
specific
Detha. She's the leader of the Shakers. and then she was getting orders from another person in Shaker uniform, right? Which is interesting because if she's the leader of the Shakers and she's getting orders from someone else in the same, uniform as her own, shouldn't she outrank that person? So
I don't know if we know the power structure of their organization, but
we don't know the political.
yeah, but I mean, we do know she's the leader of the Shakers.
Yeah, that's everything. We can cut back to the ship, and Guy, you can look more into this.
Yeah, I'm gonna go down to my office. I guess I want to focus first on previous Starfleet contact with the Chet and how long ago the most recent one was before us. Using my intelligence channels.
As we cut back to the ship, Sorrel takes off to go lead the engineering stuff. 3, you have been in orbit, just kind of keeping the ship in position amongst this maelstrom of traffic. And now you're kind of getting orders that the warp core is going to be disassembled, and we're going to the warp cores are going to get disassembled and upgraded really quickly, and we're kind of stalling and getting ready for some war game type thing.
Okay.
And yeah, there's like a lot of weird buzz. There's questions and it's kind of getting passed around down on the bridge, like what's going on, what are we getting up to, why are we suddenly going into a war game? You and a couple of the people on the bridge are just like casually having this conversation. Yeah.
Sorry, I just barely loaded into the map. I just barely saw what orbit looks like.
Yeah.
This is a main planet, so it is busy.
It's very busy, and the Chet just have a bunch of smaller ships that are just constantly buzzing about.
Yeah, all these boxy little ships.
So this isn't just push the button that says standard orbit. This is me sitting in a chair and inventing new Vodwar cuss words as I dodge the crazy drivers. Okay, cool.
Yeah, this is like air traffic control over LAX at peak hours, and there was a blizzard 3 hours ago.
Do they have orbital control, or is it like everybody kind of just does their best not to hit anybody else?
They do have orbital control.
Oh, thank goodness for that.
Yeah. You keep getting like a string of chatter sent to you.
Every
Most
5
of it is
minutes is a
incoherent.
course adjustment to dodge somebody else.
No, most of it is incoherent. It's just constant chatter.
Actually, that's a good point.
Yeah, hang on. I'm plugged into the ship's computer. What am I getting?
No, I'll just make this Div 2. FitnessCon Div 2. As you've been in this like really intense orbital mechanic for probably going on 2 hours now, and just dealing with all these traffic laws and orbital control. I'll talking to you, and there's a bunch of chatter all over the place, and it's kind of like getting exhausting.
I don't suppose requesting a higher orbit would do us any good.
It would, but it would get you out of transporter range.
Ah, doggone it.
Yeah, I don't want to do that.
Yeah, no. Want to keep you guys in transporter range. Okay. FitnessCon.
Have to stay within close range of the planet.
This is when I try to remind
Because
myself I dumped
the
FitnessCon.
captain would have shared previous incident reports on Chedra with senior staff, so you know that at one point, senior officers on another ship were kidnapped.
Oh, yeah, and almost dissected, right? Like, wasn't that a...
Well, vivisected. It's only dissection if you're dead.
Oh, thank you for that distinction. Okay.
Yeah, opened up alive. Great.
Yes.
You can ask how terrifying that was to K9. They experienced it.
Focus in piloting? Like, I imagine I'm used to long bouts of flying with lots of focus.
I'll take it. Long bouts of flying. I mean, this is like the boring, tedious part of flying. So yeah, I'll take it.
It's the boring, tedious part of flying that can get scary really, really quickly.
Also, recently I've been and listening to a bunch of like air traffic control highlight videos. So those are fun.
Plus the fact that the Chet are very erratic in their flight patterns.
Do none of them know how to fly in a straight line? Never mind. Okay. So it's... my fitness isn't great, but fortunately my con is good, so this will help. I don't have any talents for this. Actually, question. So this is entirely, like, just me, like, not falling asleep at the wheel, right? Like, that's the point of this. Okay. Could I argue that the computer is helping keep me awake with a direct neural interface?
You're like using the computer to play some music.
Like yeah, playing music internally in my head, or like program it to, if it notices me going asleep, to like mildly shock me or something.
Yeah, the computer can assist, but increase comp.
Nah, it's not worth it. I will just go ahead and take a threat, and I'm rolling 3. Hooray!
You manage not to fall asleep at the wheel.
Yay! What's the personality of the ship like? Because like this is my first long-term deployment with it. I'm getting familiar with the computer.
That is a good question. Why don't you tell us?
Oh, okay. Gosh, what do I... Now I'm trying to put personality into Sovereign class. Hang on.
I imagine it's like
very Sovereign class whose mission loadout is battleship.
Yeah, yep. very stately, serious.
Yeah.
This is the battle cruiser loadout. Yeah.
And this is the bio-neural computers, isn't it? Technically.
Yeah, it's bio-neural.
Like, we don't have the talent, but it's
bio-neural
fancy stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so it's probably. Well, actually, I bet Borg computers are probably still more advanced, but
you know what I'm expecting? I'm expecting MacArthur or Patton.
Yeah. Oh, okay. This is with the rest of the table's permission, of course. I think it'd be fun for it to have a quirk where it's always analyzing everything around it as a potential threat, and keeps using the intercept vectors.
Here's intercept vectors. Here's a vector for attack pattern.
Yep. It's like if you do attack pattern theta, you could take out 3 of them before they have time to react.
I don't understand. What is this peaceful negotiation you speak of? I was programmed for war.
I'm here to kill Borg. Sorry.
I'm here to kill oh, sorry. I'm here to kill the other Borg.
Not you. You're the good kind.
Colony. Looks at the people colony as a threat.
I mean, if those are your orders, Captain or Commander, I can actually carry that out.
No.
Well, I'm not up there, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, I imagine the ship is it's not aggressive. It's just being really proactive in a military sense.
Yep. Yeah. Exactly.
So you have that to deal with.
Yeah. I mean, 3 kind of gets along with it because, like, he was a soldier before he was a Borg. So, like, the idea appeals to him. And when he's bored, sometimes he does plan attack patterns in his head. But he's, like, also like, huh, this, ship's a little ready to go.
Just ready to throw down at a moment's notice.
Yes, I'm aware that the quantum torpedoes are loaded. No, I do not want to remove the safety.
Then there's this
Yes,
little
I am
voice.
sure.
You got this voice from the Stavanger, and then there's this little voice that's just super quiet at the moment. It says, "I really want to get off. I really want to get unattached and go and go zoom around. Let me out.
Oh, the Gettysburg computer.
Yep. Gettysburg's just a little kid that wants to go fly fast and do shoot.
I can't wait till I get to fly the Gettysburg. That's gonna be so fun. Once it, won't shake itself apart by turning on.
All right.
Any
Any
particularly interesting orbital traffic, author, or is it just like typical like intersystem freighter, intersystem freighter, intersystem freighter?
Lots of intersystem and freighters. You know what? Reason con. Yeah, definitely up there. And let's use that up. And then sensors con. Which, shoot, sensors bring it down by 1. You have those cool sensors.
Yay! Can I apply that toward the complication, or can it only apply to diff?
It only applies to diff.
Dang it. What's the complication for?
It might look suspicious that you're analyzing the traffic. You're like actually scanning other ships, and some of them might get nervous.
Why is the warship scanning me?
Exactly.
Yeah, that I can. Yeah, I see the problem. Okay. Well, the computers are definitely helping with this, I assume.
Not the computer systems, but you are plugged into the a ship, so that talent fires.
Hooray! All right. Cool. So that's a 3rd dice for free. And then, do I have direct access to the? Actually, never mind. This is multitasking doesn't fire because that's still a con roll, no matter what. Okay.
Multitasking allows this to be a con roll.
Yeah, it allows it to be a con roll. Yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
So I keep messing that up. I should just roll it straight. So then your multi-talent fires. Okay. I'm sorry. I'm stepping on the toes of your, I
mean, like, the end result is the same anyways. I get to use my good stat. But yeah. Anyways. Focus in. Oh, I don't know if I have a focus in this. Computers vaguely?
Nope.
Yeah. Okay.
Navigation.
I have navigation.
Flight system. I'll take navigation. Yeah.
Yeah. Cool. All right. Focus in navigation. All right, and I'm gonna roll them bones. Hooray!
I'm moving ships around. And then sensors con from the Stavanger. Smith, do you have the ship?
Captain?
Phoenix, do you have the ship?
Let me pull up the sheet real quick.
Yep.
Big ass bug crawled in my shoe.
Oh,
I got the ship.
I can see why that would bug you.
Oh,
Oh yeah.
Author,
Oh.
you work pest control. How dare you?
I
How
know.
dare you laugh at that man's pain? Oh no! This is why we save momentum.
I also have no idea where that bug went.
Oh,
That's even worse. We'll watch you while you sleep now.
All right. So
cover your ears.
got it, but you have a complication. Do you want to posh? Three.
Yes. Pretty please.
All right.
Watch the thing.
So the
I do not want
Stavanger
to accidentally get shot at.
the Stavanger was getting really excited and going like, okay, we're scanning traffic. Okay, so if you go here, then here, then here, and we do attack pattern here, we can do a quantum torpedo spread, and here, and oh, you're not firing. I'm sorry.
It like started to do a target lock, and 3 just like very, very rapidly sent the cancel command.
Like auto target locks.
Yeah. Nope.
It's like that video of an AA gun pointing at a civilian lighter and going,
Yeah,
do it, do it.
the Seaweed's gun locking onto a chair.
Yeah, it's like, do it.
And the guy on the soldier on the side was like, no,
Don't do it, don't do it.
don't do it. If not target, why target shaped?
Right.
As you're noticing in the traffic, you do notice that all these ships are trying to get within and close range or even land on the planet. There appears to be a void where no ships are really going in.
Okay. I'm gonna ping traffic control real quick and ask if there's a hazard I should be aware of in that area.
Presence con, diff 1 assisted by communications.
Oh boy. Presence con is not. You said diff 1?
Yeah.
Okay. Since I'm using the computer to facilitate this, does direct neural interface fire? Uh-oh. Arthur, you there?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, I don't think I heard your last message. Does direct neural interface fire? Because I'm using the computer for this.
Yes, it would.
Yay! 3 dice.
I'm probably being a little too liberal with it, but it's fine.
It's a dice for free. Okay. Pushing the button and crossing my fingers. Thank goodness.
And communications con. Smith
Doing
or
a ship
Venice?
roll.
Yeah.
Sure, yeah.
Communications com.
Yes, please. Right.
Yay!
Momentum
It
generated.
helps.
USS Stavanger, this is orbital control. How can we help?
Orbital control, this is Stavanger. I'm noticing a void in traffic patterns. Is there an anomaly or a hazard I should be aware of, or a reason I should avoid that area of space? And I'll ping the location and send it to him.
Whisper, 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 whisper. Please stick with the orbital path assigned.
I plan to, unless circumstances or traffic force me otherwise. I repeat, is there a reason to avoid that area of space? I'm planning potential contingency routes if I have to rapidly redirect my course.
Please just stay with the orbital lanes.
Will do. Stavanger out. I cut the comms. Sorrel!
He's not
We
here
need to
right
scan
now.
something.
Sorrel
It's all
is
fun and games.
Sorrel is busy at the moment.
Yeah. Sorrel's busy, which means we have to use a science support. It
have a
also means
backup
that
guy?
since there's no other ranking officer that is currently able to be doing things of ranking officerness, Guy is technically in the center chair.
Oh, is Guy the center? Okay.
No, he's medical. He's not directly in the chain of command.
Wait, so who would it be then?
Well, Sorrel,
Yeah.
but I mean, he's not here.
Yeah, Sorrel's not
Oh,
here.
yeah. Okay.
A command support, I suppose.
In that case, it would be my support command, Lieutenant Commander Zeru.
Medical engineering con.
He is a majority. He is the
And
majority,
I'm
so it is-
trying,
Oh, yeah,
I'm trying to
there it
connive a way to have Guy come to the bridge. So, you two can
Yeah,
play
me
off each
too.
other.
Yeah.
I mean, you could say that Guy is checking up on 3 because 3's been flying for a while.
Or Zeru can call him to the bridge, since as a command officer who's usually put in command of things, he would know what people do and would know that
Oh,
Guy
yeah.
was intelligence and would want his opinion on this matter.
There we go.
So Zeru's going to tap his comm badge. Lieutenant Commander Guy, could you come to the bridge? There's a matter I wish to have your opinion on.
On my way. Well, I'll come to the bridge. What seems to be the issue?
The space around Chet has a, how did you put it, 3, a void?
Yes, there is an area of space that all traffic is intentionally avoiding, but the sensors. I assume I gave a preliminary scan, just as like the matter of course navigational stuff.
And when traffic control was contacted, they were very cagey and told us to remain in our current traveling lane.
There was a lot of non-standard whispering before they responded.
Do we have we done? Do we see the dimensions of the area that is being purposely avoided?
Yeah, how big is that void, there, author?
Interstellarly speaking, it's pretty small, but this is like several thousand cubic kilometers. Which, while at orbital speed, you want to stay away at least 1,000 kilometers away from things, but everything's staying away like 5,000 kilometers away.
Interesting. Is there the potential? I'm assuming we can see it visually, not just on scanners, correct? Or...
Yeah, we can see the big, empty nothingness of space.
We can see all the ships traveling around where that void would be, but not through it.
Yeah, it's on screen.
Is Does our intended flight path bring us nearer to the void, or no? Are we in a holding?
Yeah, how
pattern?
close is the flight path going to bring me? Am I going past it?
You are not going past it anytime soon. You're being directed to go at a very oblique orbital path that. Yeah, you're being put on an orbital path that would put the void like near the horizon of the planet, like just a couple degrees east above the horizon before the planet gets in the way.
Okay, so would you say that we are potentially being directed away from that location specifically?
I said no such thing, but you can infer what you want.
Yeah, I'm just curious if they don't want us over there on purpose.
What's your take on the secret agent man?
Yeah. Interesting. Well, not enough data to jump to any conclusions, but it could be some sort of spatial anomaly that we do not see. Could be some other ship is visiting and is cloaked or otherwise away from sensor readings. It appears that at the very least the Chet flight control knows of its presence and is directing the flight paths away from it, but also not transmitting any hazardous anomaly warnings, which would of course be standard if it were something that could cause pain or harm to a ship in this situation. I would say keep an eye on it passively, try not to draw any attention. I'm doing some digging in my office on recent visitations to Chatera Prime to see if they've been chatting with any other interested parties in the Shackleton recently that we should know of. But just do what you can to not draw any extra attention, but keep an eye on that location in the event that it is something that could be useful.
Very well, thank you, Doctor. I'll let you get back to your investigation.
Good. I guess keep an eye on it. Inform Captain Smith and Commander Venex. I've sent them a message through their pads before, so they may be looking out for further reports in that manner.
There we go.
Very well. Mr. 3, continue to fly casual. Science, I want to be notified if anything weird happens in that void.
Author, would we is there any sort of way that we've discovered, I guess I'll add this to my looking at stuff reports, to detect the Jati ships when they're all weird?
Weird?
Or yeah, when they're like phased strangely?
The Jati ships can phase?
They don't do that?
Oh no,
that was the Toth.
Toth, yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
I said the wrong word. Yeah.
And we wouldn't know about that yet. This is before that.
No, yeah, but I'm not referencing the.
They haven't shown the ability to do that from our point of view.
Okay,
Yeah.
So that's true.
Yeah.
So there's been no other instance of.
Mm-mm.
Not for
They've
phasing,
done
but
subspace pairs, but that's not. But they haven't done anything like phasing for us yet.
you know what? You can look that up.
Copy. Yeah, I would definitely be doing this.
Reason, security, or command.
Definitely see what other kind of nonsense the Toth have gotten up to.
Yeah,
which is
based
all the
on
nonsense.
based on their subspace tear ability.
It would be a shorter list to see what nonsense they have not gotten into.
Sure.
Anything within Starfleet ethics.
You said reason and command or security. You said.
Yeah. Either or.
Copy. one of the focuses would apply. Investigation, espionage, one of the... Copy. Let's do 1 momentum, 2 threat, up to 4 die. Let's do some digging. Tragic. I have no rerolls on these, unfortunately.
Oh no. Squash the complication.
Yeah, I'll still squash the comp.
Well, I mean, how determined? Oh, look.
Yeah.
No, the ship didn't help.
Oh, you're right.
Gonna help.
First
I'm
roll.
probably pretty determined to get this. Yeah, I'd probably want to use a value here. To the value of problems having multiple solutions, or the directive of the Chet, whichever one would prefer.
Walk me through how the value of all problems have multiple solutions.
In the event that, like, looking through, trying to figure out, diplomatic channels through the Chet, the war game seems like a awful thing to do, and we would not want to go through like a false diplomatic process if we're getting punked in some way. So if this is potentially some sort of punking, and there is someone there that is trying to get the cameras on us when bad things are happening to make us look bad, we don't want to do diplomatic things with these individuals.
Sorry.
Hello, Cat.
Yes, I'll take that.
All right, copy. I will go ahead and do that, and I will re-roll the 3 die that I did poo-poos on. That's better.
That is much better.
Okay.
Alrighty then.
Oh, one was a nat 1. All right, so 6, 7 on a diff
Definitely gonna
3.
swap out a value to always trust a hunch. Like,
That would be a valid. That would be a good value.
yeah.
Okay. So your original question was asking about Toth BS, or
Yeah,
like
the
recent
theoretical
Toth BS?
scientific applications of their fuckery sciences.
One
get
thing you
730 million entries.
Yeah, there's a lot of records on Toth BS. However, two, one thing that is pretty standard across all Toth vessels is sensor baffling being hull. They actually have like hull plating that absorbs sensors and makes them not totally invisible, but makes them register a smaller sensor cross section.
Wouldn't we still be able to see it visually, though?
You're not in visual range because you're like several thousand. Yeah, you're several thousand kilometers away, and you're looking at a vessel that is 300 meters. So you're looking at a bright dot.
Yeah. We would be trying to look at a what is it? Explodium.
An Oberth?
There. You'd be trying to look at that from this distance.
Oh, sure.
Oh, yeah.
Makes
They
sense.
they
Okay.
exclusively use Oberths, from what we know at current.
Yeah. Yeah, you're
So-
nowhere close to visual range.
Gotcha.
How long until orbit brings us within visual range of that?
Your orbit appears to be keeping you away from it.
Yeah, so they purposely told us nothing,
Right.
and the flight path is keeping us away from it. So it is
Us
something
away from it,
suspicious.
so we can't see it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
However, if
question.
you were to break from orbit or break
Right.
from scheduled path,
Yeah.
but you know how
good
well that
question.
goes for air traffic control.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Yes, question.
So, how do tachyons detect cloaks?
you spray tachyons across the area, and it sticks to the cloak and lights them up, just like fairy fire in D&D.
Wouldn't be feasible from this distance.
Too far away.
So, is there any way we could accidentally leak some tachyons in that area?
We'd have to get over there. We're not.
Oh yeah, we have to get
anywhere
over
near.
there. But my plan to get over there is request an orbit change and then pilot BS my way through it.
We can also theoretically just like do some sort of weird backlight. So we don't.
With
don't have
that,
to,
the
like...
next they'd also be questioned, why did we launch those?
Yeah. I mean, obviously, everything we do here is
Malfunction, testing. You can come up with a reason.
Okay, hang on. So the void is right here, right?
Mhm.
Like that weird gap that I'm pinging. Uh-oh, is my
We
Discord
have
moving
lost
again?
author to the void.
Oh,
Okay.
okay. Author's lost. All right, there he is.
Yeah. The void is there. So what's next?
Okay. What is our current orbital path? Like, are we in geosynchronous orbit, or are we gonna
No,
get
you're
around
in.
the circle?
The void is kind of at 65-degree latitude, dude, and you're kind of in this circumpolar orbit. So you're orbiting around the poles.
Oh, so we're going vertically?
Yeah.
Like that? Okay. Well, I realize I didn't have a line tool, but yeah. Okay, so we're orbiting north to south, and the thing is sitting solidly on like the west half.
Yeah.
Okay.
The void isn't geostationary though. So
Okay, so it's moving with.
it's moving relative to the surface of the planet.
Okay, so it's
Oh,
geosynchronous,
yeah,
not
okay.
geostationary.
Oh, can we also, I guess, scan? Is there a particular location that it is trying to be relative to?
Yeah, hang on. What's that above?
Yeah.
I know that's
Um,
several thousand.
Oh yeah.
mile away.
I definitely. I've come back over the bridge just to simplify things. Yeah.
Yeah.
Downstairs, do some research and go. Ooh, shit.
Hey, wait a sec.
Stinky,
You entered.
stinky,
You
stinky.
entered the turbo lift. We're about to say medical, and then like, wait a minute. I should probably stay on the bridge. I could be of use with this void thing.
Yep.
Yeah. So what is the void centered over?
That is gonna be a roll.
Mhm.
3. How's your orbital mechanics?
How's my orbital? I am plugged into a computer and have one in my head.
So you can
Probably
do the
better
math.
than the average schmuck. Yeah. Yeah.
Reason con difficulty 3. Normally would be this would be diff 1, but there's a lot of chaos in the system, and that's kind of throwing off orbits. And you are not scanning a particular point. You're just kind of like arbitrarily throwing a point in there and kind of figuring out where that's looking at.
Yeah. They basically just draw a circle, several thousand, like a couple thousand kilometers across, and then be like, okay, what's important in this circle on the ground?
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. Computers are definitely helping me with this one.
Yes, absolutely.
I believe in you.
Yep. Okay. So we've got to spend. I would like to roll 4.
Momentum.
Focus in computers
Two
or navigation.
momentum. 2 momentum for
Yes,
that force.
2 momentum.
Okay.
Yes. Okay. All right. Pushing the button. Hooray!
Gain a momentum. And back. So yeah, it's not like hovering over a particular point on the planet. It's like doing an orbit. So it's passing over ground speed at several thousand kilometers an hour. But it is orbiting around the same latitude as the Czech capital city.
Huh.
All right.
Hey, our commanding officers are in the Czech capital city, right?
Yes.
I
yes.
am.
Captain Smith
Ralph
and
on the ship.
Venix are both still down there.
Right.
Yes, they are.
Sorry, I should have said bridge
The
officers.
captain and the second officer are on the
Yeah.
surface. Yes.
Okay.
I'll send a little text message to Venix, be like, if you could step away, call.
Hey, look up.
Yeah.
Yeah, is there something blocking the sun?
Right.
What's that black dot? It's getting bigger.
Yeah, I guess we'll see if he has a chance to step away, so I can give him the quick skinny on the sitch.
Yeah. Smith, how deep are you in this xenopolitical history?
I am very deep, but they were particularly asking for Venix.
Huh? Oh, I know. So Venix, you get this message on the pad to step away and have a private conversation.
Okay, I'll excuse myself to get a breath of fresh air on the branch or balcony or whatever it is.
Yeah, there's like a branch you can walk across.
And I'll ask 3 status report.
Lieutenant Commander, we have identified an area we believe a cloaked or stealth vessel is orbiting, and it appears to be holding position over the capital. However, orbital control insists there is nothing there, but also insists that nobody go there.
Me here. I've done some quick theory digging on the hunch. I'm somewhat worried it could be Toth in origin. It appears that they have technology that is able to leave sensitive voids from the hull plating of one of their ships, unable to get within visual range due to Chet control keeping us on the other side of the planet, essentially.
So to the sensors, it's basically a hole in space.
Hole in space that they are specifically not talking about, but also guiding all ships away from. So they are, I believe, aware that is there. Otherwise, it is a very weird coincidence.
You know, I believe instead of being transported back up to the ship, the captain would prefer to have a shuttle come pick us up. Could you send a shuttle to our location with, the Hawking would be good. That has a pretty good sensor and sensor package and appropriate facilities for the captain.
Of course, it does also appear that our transporters have gone down. They are being worked on as we speak, unfortunately.
Gone down as in...
Oh, they're broken.
Okay. They're not being jammed. They're just broken.
Right.
No.
One of the engineers accidentally caused a surge in the transporter's power relays. Unfortunately, they are currently inoperable.
Ah, then the shuttle would be appropriate.
Guys,
Can you please send that to our
your channel's
location?
not being monitored as far as you know.
And we don't know that.
As far as we know.
As far as we know.
Well, yeah, I mean, this wouldn't be in the clear anyway. So
I'll chime in. So, Commander, it would also be easier and much more expeditious if we could pass above the capital to intercept the shuttle on its return vector. Save fuel and all that.
well, we are in the capital, so having the shuttle go to the capital and above the capital obviously seems necessary.
Oh, I meant the Stavanger.
I suggest that we keep the Stavanger as
Right.
they have suggested on this course.
Yeah, that's fair. They might be fine with a runabout, but they probably actually they don't know transporters exist. They're gonna have to be fine with a runabout.
Correct. Yeah. So go ahead and send the runabout to our location. If they give you any flack, You might be having communications issues because of this anomaly. If you catch my meaning.
Yes, of course.
If we go buy the book.
Permission to pilot the runabout myself, Commander? We
Permission
obviously want our
granted.
best pilot with all this traffic.
Absolutely.
You know what?
Commander, we'll be on our way shortly.
He's in command diff 2. Venix, if you can lead this, and Guy and 3 can assist as you guys are coming up with a plan
Copy.
Okay.
and like coordinating all this.
Oh, that's actually...
So Rega just hears that 3 is leaving the bridge and pops out of nowhere, looking very excited to get to fly the Stavanger again.
I get to fly
Would
the
a
ship.
focus in small craft help in planning this operation?
Yes.
Okay.
Focus in piloting and navigation.
I'll take navigation.
Okay, +1 for exceptional reason and oh crikey.
Oh, well, hang on. Let's see how much we can get.
I did not mean. What the hell? Oh,
Let's quash that comp with momentum, please.
Let's see. Got it. +1. So minus that. Cool. Quash the complication. There's a little bit of there's a little bit of friction trying to figure out like where on the planet you want to pick up the captain, if you want to go back to the if you want to travel all the way back to the ground base, if that's going to be okay, or would it be quicker and easier just to get permission to land at the capital and pick up you guys directly, yada yada. And yeah, you just kind of cut through that. But nope,
yeah,
we'll just keep it simple. We don't have to get that far ahead of ourselves.
I think we can play into their innate curiosity as a close to our diplomatic day. We can tell them that we would like to land at their diplomatic chambers to pick them up in a Starfleet shuttle, so that all of Chet can see the glory that we could have to offer. Flavor it in a grandiose way of thinking.
Something diplomacy, something.
Right. Look at right. Not my specialty, but something. Exactly.
All right, Venix, you're kind of
Piloting
stuff.
demonstration.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yes, there we go.
As you're having this conversation in Venix, 1, 2, 4. So you're just kind of like standing in this branch way that's connecting a bunch of rooms, and having this conversation, and you're just about outdone when down the branch archway, coming up from the trunk towards you. 1, 2, 3, 4 Klingon guards and some important old Klingon with regal robes starts marching towards you.
Are those Chet with him?
Yeah, there's the Czech guards. So he's being escorted through this place.
I don't remember.
I feel like you need to ask the
orbit.
question: what kind of house insignia are they wearing?
Oh, that's also important.
Yeah. because that could be very bad for us.
Oh,
Would you
not
like-
the fetching.
Would you like to
Yes.
know?
Yes.
Yeah.
One momentum.
Okay.
It is House Rocks.
God damn it.
Oh, got it. Yeah.
Well, that complicates things.
And with that, we're going to take a short break.
They always pop up to just be a fly in our ointment.
As soon as I can find the
A
button for it.
monkey in the wrench.
And
You're gonna have another
and
like
we
debate
destroyed
battle.
and we destroyed one of their ships.
Oh, they're not happy with
To
you
be
at
fair,
all.
they shot us first. We sent a bunch of the guys.
And we
to
don't know
Why are
who
they
was on said ship, so that's even
Oh.
worse. We never checked.
And we are back. Okay, cool.
Pickles.
So, when we last left off, the Stavanger A was in orbit of Chetera Prime, looking into this weird navigational hazard that has been floating around on the planet. As they're investigating it, Venix X guy and 3, he came up with an idea of flying the Hawking in class runabout past the anomaly to see if they can get a good scan on it.
Chat.
Chat, now's up time.
Thank you. When all of a sudden, and marching up the council tree of Chetera, a Klingon ambassador is marching down the gangway towards you.
From our good friends, the House of Rax.
From our good friends, the House of Rax.
And by good friends, I mean I'm pretty sure the captain made blood enemies with them.
I'm going to step between them and the captain. And is the captain? Where's his attention? Does he see this?
I'm in a meeting room. I don't
yeah, you're in a hallway.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll tap my comm badge and say, Captain, we have a situation. A Klingon situation.
If you'll excuse me for a moment.
Are you like standing in the middle of the hallway, or are you allowing them to pass?
No, I'm stood in the middle of the hallway.
Okay.
Oh. Okay. Yeah.
You are in the middle of the hallway, and this older Klingon woman with stark red hair just pillows you. Out of my way!
I've excused myself from the deputy provocateur and coming outside to see what's going on.
The whole procession stops, and you see 5 Klingons reach for their blades and just kind of hold them there. Like, are you gonna move, or are we gonna make you move?
I'm just gonna stand there, my hands behind my back, but looking very determined.
Oh, he's pulling a me. That's what I did to the other ambassador.
Out of my way, Starfleet! This does not concern you.
The captain is in a meeting at the moment. Who may I announce is wanting to join?
Ambassador Kajira. No, Kajara. 2 A's.
Thank you, Ambassador. I'll announce your presence. If you'll be kind enough to wait here, please.
I am not meeting in with you. If I wanted to meet with Starfleet, I suppose else I'll go to that cushy little resort that you made at the edge of the Shackleton.
They're referring to Narendra, or
Don't
they're
you
referring
remember
to
that
like,
that's a joint operation with the 2 of us?
Yes.
Yeah, the Klingons built half of that.
Oh, it's
We only added amenities.
Yeah, you added too many amenities. It's now a soft resort planet for our elderly people.
Hang on, resort planet. Are we talking about the Narendra?
Yeah, Narendra Station.
About the planet.
Oh, that's right. There's a planet below it.
Station.
I keep forgetting that.
Yeah.
So you're here to see the deputy? Provocateur?
My business here is between me and these creatures.
I really want to get out into the hallway.
Such a diplomatic way with words this ambassador has. I can see why they sent her.
I want to get out there. Just I'm fighting at the bit now.
Well, are they obviously heading to the room where the captain and the deputy provocateur are in?
It is unknown, but it doesn't. Yeah, it's unknown because as you're like a couple meters down the hallway from the captain and deputy provocador's room, and they're just barreling down the hallway in the same direction. But there's more rooms beyond that.
I've definitely been made aware of this. Yeah, so I'd like to excuse myself and go see what Venix is talking about.
Well, I'm coming out too.
What seems to be the issue, Mr. Venix?
Captain, we have a Klingon delegation. I was concerned that they might interrupt your meeting with the deputy provocateur.
Do I notice their house sigil?
Yes.
And to what displeasure do I owe another member of the House of Rask, the House of Rax? Is your business here peaceful, or are you going to stir up more trouble than this fine civilization needs at the moment?
My business is my own.
It wasn't exactly an answer, and not very diplomatic if you're here as a delegation representing Chancellor Martok.
Presence commands.
I have to poke that button.
Have to poke that button. Shoot. Presence command at least. What's the diff here? Diff 4, comp 5.
Okay.
She might tell you, she might kill you, so.
Let's see. Diplomacy as a focus.
Uh-huh.
Diplomat as a trait. Can I use the traits of the ship since the ship would be known?
Only if you announce yourself.
Yes, I would do that.
Okay. Then the traits of the ship will also apply.
Okay, so Olive Branch and Renowned.
Alright, that is...
Knock that count down to 2.
Yeah, because I know that you are a diplomat. I know that you're renowned and well known around the Shackleton, and your ship is known for being an olive branch. Yeah, I'll take it.
Let's go with diffuse attention. I'm trying to make her see that this is not a position where she wants to be confrontational, and that is a bonus D20, so I'll give you the difference in threat. I want 4.
4? All right.
Yeah.
How determined are you, or how punchable is that face?
Diplomacy is the first and last solution to anything. Yeah.
Yes. Boom, baby. 2 momentum am generated on top of that.
Zeros to heroes.
Woof. You mentioned Martok, and a blood vessel next to her temple just throbs with anger. She takes a deep breath. I am here to secure our trade negotiations with the Chet.
hopefully they are peaceful and you aren't going to take advantage of these fine individuals. I'd hate to have to
No, Captain. I
follow
only
the proper diplomatic channels in order to make sure everything is on the level.
No, Captain. I only a swindle weaklings who can't defend themselves in battle, who have to throw away their ship in order to win. Yes, I have heard about that.
The Klingon vessel in that fight didn't last very long, from what I remember. And I sacrificed my ship in order to gain honor, as well as save many civilians. If you were in the same position, would you have sacrificed your entire crew or just your ship?
Hold on.
What a bold choice.
I insulted another member of the House of Wrath ambassadorial team. The next if you would.
Poking the bear.
Can you stop insulting Klingons to their face?
No.
Are diplomats insulting Klingons?
Yes.
I'm insulting the Klingons again.
Okay.
I go stab.
My sacrifice of the Stavanger, so
I go stab.
It's fine. I have Venix right next to me.
Venix, if you want.
Are you writing checks you can't cash?
Yes.
I'm writing checks that Venix can cash.
He's like, I brought my older brother.
I brought my younger brother.
Yeah, during security opposed as she grabs her mek'leth and comes charging at you.
All right, so during security.
Let's see.
I mean, one of these days, a Klingon from the House of Wrath is going to get the jump on me, and it's going to either be the end of me or severely cripple me.
Uh-huh.
But hopefully that day never comes where Venix is not near me.
Let's see.
Okay.
How much?
You said this is an opposed roll?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead and check max security. I mean, threat.
Max threat? Alright. I'm gonna keep 3, spend the other 3.
Also have either combat tactics or hand-to-hand combat as a focus.
Hand-to-hand combat. I have focus in melee combat.
Okay. My plan is to intercede myself between the ambassador and the captain and hip throw her to the ground before she inflicts damage upon him, but not attacking or injuring her if possible.
Yeah.
Her honor guard of Klingons is either going to jump you or be very impressed.
Okay. A lot of zeros. I'm going to reroll one of those with bold.
I think you should just go straight to determination. That's a lot of...
Yeah, you might want to reroll the whole 3 there.
Okay. I will roll determination to the value of try to find a peaceful solution first, but use force as if necessary.
God,
yeah,
I believe in you.
She played that card, so.
Oh, come on.
Wow.
You have a reroll.
You do have the reroll still.
You do have the reroll still.
That's true.
Yeah.
All right, bold.
Hey, Venix.
Yeah.
you got a reroll, buddy.
Damn, Sorrel's right.
Do I have a reroll?
You got it.
It's time.
And it's a tie.
Thanks, everybody.
I was hoping you were going to.
Meanwhile, we're just in orbit, just blissfully unaware of our captain courting death.
Again.
Looks like we tied there.
Alright. 3, 4, 5-6. No, it's 5-5. Yeah, we tied. You know what? She also has a reroll all of
Oh no.
Warrior Spirit.
Comp.
Let me reroll the dice pool. You know what? I'm just gonna reroll one dice. We'll see how this goes.
No difference.
No difference.
Nope.
Yeah.
So how does that resolve itself?
She grabs her mech left, goes to swing high, and you're able to catch her wrist, but she presses into you, and you're just kind of like in this bind together. What's happening, chat?
Chat.
Really, someone wants attention.
Someone wants to hurt us.
Somebody created the complicated.
Are we not giving you enough attention by yelling at UK9? Or are you just upset that I keep poking the Klingon?
Yeah, you're just in a bind.
Technically, the Klingon's trying to poke you.
I mean,
Okay, if we want to do it this way, basically I'll continue to hold her wrist, stare directly at her. I can do this all day.
Over the top.
Yeah, she struggles, wrestles with it a bit. It tries like pushing one way or another, and you're just kind of in this lock, and she pulls back and tries to free her hand, intending to like fully disengage. Do you let her?
Yeah, so she's trying to disengage.
Steps back, rips her hand free, and sheathes her blade.
Not very diplomatic for an ambassador.
not very encouraging for someone who wishes to have a trade agreement with the Chet either.
Now, what is Chet Security doing to protect their guests?
One moment. The Klingon on security are still like standing back, hands at the ready of their mech lifts. The Chet she bounded ahead of them. It took them a brief second to figure out what was going on.
Captain, can you stop trying to get murdered by Klingons in the middle of diplomatic talks? Is that the bad precedent here?
Yeah, the Chet bound up next to her, kind of grabbing their weapons, like, what's going on? Why are we fighting? And they quite excitedly chirp up, oh my god, that was so cool. So, that's how you handle disagreements? Maybe that's something we should try.
No, that is not something that you should be trying to do very often. The ambassador here showing the more hot-headed side of Klingon diplomacy. Having arguments by killing your political rival is not something that the Federation strives to do, and would sour relations between the Chet and the Federation.
I'm just seeing that scene in A Few Good Men where Jack Nicholson's trying to kill Tom Cruise.
Did you have the code red?
God damn right I did.
I want the truth. You can't handle the truth.
You messed with the wrong Marie.
The truth is, you want me on that wall. You need me on that wall. The wall is Cuba, where nothing is happening.
Yeah.
The Chet are like looking up in admiration and kind of like, wow, that's kind of cool.
Smith turns his head towards the Deputy Provocateur. In the eyes of the Federation, this action is very chi.
Ooh.
Ooh. Presence command. 4.
This is for me?
Yeah.
Okay. Diplomacy as a focus.
Yes.
Diplomat as a trait, knocking it down to 3. You can have a threat. Alright, onwards and downwards. I'm good with that.
The Deputy Shimon smiles wryly and says, "It might be a chief for the Federation, but there's more than one way to find Och. Maybe our path to Och is different from yours."
And that is your right as a sentient species. I would caution that conducting relations by a Klingon standard would cause you to have far more enemies than allies.
And if you were to have the Klingons on as allies, your enemies will fall before you.
But by the same flip of the coin, constantly going to war with others is destructive. It puts you in a very bad position and could cause your civilization and entire governmental body to collapse within itself within a few generations.
At this point,
Violence can be a political tool, but she's just doing it badly.
At this point, the provocateur Jetha comes up behind. That's enough! What is the meaning of this?
Political disagreements, Provocateur.
Is that what we call getting stabbed now?
I'm sorry, Ambassador.
It's a sharp disagreement.
Unfortunately, I believe that between myself and these representatives of the House of Rax, we are on very opposing sides of the political spectrum. Not the first time that I've come within an inch of a blade from one of their ambassadors.
Maybe if you stood taller, or you could actually meet those blades.
I stand tall enough. If you perhaps if you took more of a political belief from Martok's book, you would not have to use your blade against people so often.
Her eyes flare, she turns around and kind of growls at her escorts, and they fall in line behind her. The Chet kind of look at each other, look at the situation a little bit, and bound after her.
I do apologize for that unfortunate display in your governmental offices. The House of Rax do not exactly fall in line with the head of the Klingon Empire.
Well, that is their journey to figure. That is their path to figure out, and this is our path.
I would caution you to be careful in your dealings with the House of Rax. The Klingon Empire as a whole is still mending from the changes of leadership over the last decade.
My entire job is to be cautious. That's why I am not so eager to run into bed with you just because of a disagreement you've had and with the Klingons. I trust your ways as much as I trust the Klingon ways. As much as I trust any ways, as far as I can test them.
Hopefully we can broker a better understanding of our ways between each other, and a peaceful agreement can be had for all. I believe I'll avoid interactions with the House of Rax while they are here in order to avoid any further unpleasantness for the ambassador as well as the Chet government.
Well, we've already seen what it looks like when you two interact. Maybe we should see how it looks when you are kept separated.
A wise course of action.
That provocateur or Jetha walks off.
She means trouble.
How so?
This upcoming war game, I suspect the Klingons will attempt to insert themselves into it. Either in an effort to discredit us or to show them as superior.
If it had been any other house, I would have disagreed with you, but given our interactions with the House of Rax, I'm inclined to agree. In that regard, Deputy Provocateur, I'd like to add a bit to our war game that says any outside interaction, any interference from anyone in favor of either of us would be seen as a secession to the games immediately with no outcome determinable.
Sorry, could you say that again?
I believe that to that point we should add a point to our war game which states that any outside interference for either side would be seen as an immediate secession of the games, and no determinable outcome should be associated with it. You wish to test what a war with us would be like. If the Klingons were to get involved, that would change the parameters and make the war games pointless.
Shimon gets a interesting look on her face.
Oh, I knew it. You had to go put that bug in his head.
If you are suggesting that we add the Klingons to this, I would have to decline and not move forward with the war games.
I need an insight command difficulty 4.
Okay, insight command to 4. Psychology as a focus.
Yes.
Or
Sorry, that music's a bit loud.
Got it.
Right. All right. 2. She's thinking a whole lot more than she really should. She's calculating a few too many moves ahead.
Deputy Provocateur. I believe you should be worrying about the immediate future rather than 30 moves ahead of where we're at.
All part of the test, Captain.
Yes, but our agreement was a war game between Starfleet and the Chet security forces. The Klingons are not part of this, and if they were to be added to it, we would back out of said war game, as that was not the intention of this test.
She nods, pulls out a pad, takes a couple notes. Very well.
You agree that the Klingons should not be involved, or a secession to the wargame talks, as you are set on adding them?
No, I agree that the Klingons should not be involved, and the war game should just be between our two parties.
I'm sensing a fight.
Then the clause that if outside forces interfere with this, or additional Chet or Starfleet personnel or ships interfere, the game would be immediately ended and no usable outcome would be attained.
Agreed.
Now who's thinking 3 steps ahead, Captain?
Sidebar.
What's going on?
Hi. So, yeah, the Chet are now gonna have a variable to see if the captain will actually follow through with his stated threat of withdrawing from the game should there be outside interference. But little do the players know, that is what's going on.
Oh, he's back.
Don't mind me.
I am worried.
Good.
I feel like we should.
God.
Look, I picked the wrong night to quit sniffing glue.
All right.
I don't know if you've ever done that, but it's terrifying to hear you say sidebar and then all of us are still here.
Yeah,
That's like the worst possible thing.
and disappear, and we're like, who is he talking to?
Who else am I talking to? Who else is here?
We know that chat
We assume.
Chat is a thing, and 2 of 13 has said that they did things to us. So,
And they want to see
yes,
it
I
cool.
am worried.
Wait, am I using sidebars to emotionally manipulate my players? Of course not.
Yes, you are.
I don't know. Yeah, sounds like it.
I feel emotionally manipulated.
Well, if I didn't before, I do now.
Earlier I was worried. Now you have me stressed.
Anyways, shall we continue our negotiations?
Yes, I believe we should.
All right. I'm rolling my dice. And I'm spending a threat. 7. I'm just gonna throw that right on the board.
Bad chat.
I just love that sound bite. It is so dramatic.
What is the soundbite from?
TOS. It's the yeah, it's like one of their dramatic stings for like the Romulans show up or something terrible happens.
Something bad just happened. We're about
Something
to go
bad.
to
Oh, right.
Right, exactly.
Yes.
And it zooms in on William Shatner doing an oh no face. Yeah. Okay,
Right.
I got it.
Yeah.
But that's impossible. Ba-na! Commercial break.
Ba-ba-ba-ba. It's worse than dead. His soul has been eaten. Dun dun da da da. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
They stole his brain.
No, not that one. Not that one.
But there's only 6 planets in the system.
We only
You
have
think I don't
one
know that?
Klingon. We have a Vulcan first officer. Oh no, Sorrel.
Oh no.
I like my brain where it is.
Anyways, reinvigorated by the talks, the deputy provocateur or pushes through and lays down a lot of the groundwork and gets you about halfway through not just the win conditions and the engagement protocols, but some of the like things that are outside of the concept of the games, such as outside interference would obviously disqualify. A no-fly zone around anything within extreme range of Cheddar Prime.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just going over everything that has been added before the Klingons came to the planet and everything after, and just making sure it's all kosher.
Okay. Go ahead and give me a presence command, diff 3 comp 2 at this point.
Okay. Would diplomacy fire.
Yes.
Then diplomat as a trait.
Yes.
No comp. Back down to 1.
I'll eat that comp. Go for it.
And you can have a threat.
Benish, you can also assist if you want. You can use security if you're going over like engagement rules.
So present security.
Yeah. Gain a momentum. You have a float. Go ahead and roll 6 challenge dice total.
Okay.
Wowzers.
That's 5.
I want to take that float to see if we get another delta.
Yep.
Oh my god!
Nice.
All deltas!
Deltas don't mean anything unless you have an effect in play. But
I just wanted to do it. It was fun.
it was fun.
Let me
It
have
looks
it.
pretty though.
That is very cool. Now, if you
All
can
right.
roll that when like shooting a disruptor or something, that'll be great.
We don't need disruptors.
That gives us -3 work. If you want, you can and spend momentum to punch through the
Yeah.
shoe resistance.
Yeah.
All right, so put all 6 on there. As we are backtracking and overlooking everything again.
I'm overlooking everything. I've had a cup of tea and sipping that while I'm slowly reading and editing things.
How is Chet tea? Is it good?
Nutty.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah, I like that one.
That was a corny joke there, Captain.
An
That was
corny
that,
joke.
That was a
Yep.
great grandfather joke.
All right. Meanwhile,
Acorn, I get it.
He's transcended past dad joke. He's reached grandfather joke.
Oh, I've transcended beyond that.
he's a great grandpa.
Oh
Yeah.
no!
Yeah.
Stop before he gets too powerful.
I was looking for a student in class today, and the student was sitting next to me, and I said, "Oh, well, if you were a snake, you'd have bit me." And one of the girls said, "Oh, that's such a white dad joke." And I'm like, "Well, I mean, I guess that shoe does fit."
I'm concerned that they had to quantify white dad.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah, are there different flavors of dad jokes?
apparently there are.
Asian dad joke involves I was holding a slipper and say, "I will send you to Jesus." Anyways,
Emotional damage.
So the Stavanger or A is getting her warp drive I back together, and Guy 3 and Sorrel, you get this indication that there is some sort of void that the Chet have been in navigating everyone around for some weird reason.
I assume that either myself or Venix would have sent them a message as we learned that the House of Rax was here.
Yep.
And probably like after they wandered off.
So there's a void. Can I look into it, and does it look back?
You were getting ready to. Yeah, you're getting ready to take a peek at it, doing a flyby with the Hawking on dubious his pretenses, when suddenly you get a hail back from the captain.
All right.
I suggest you avoid the pocket of empty traffic. The House of Rax are currently on Chakra.
But I don't wanna.
Commander, we have already had one incident with them. We do not need a further one.
Mystery.
Commander, it is probably their orbital area.
I'm sure there's ways to safely poke it without having to fly.
As of right now, my orders are to leave whatever the Chet say to leave alone.
What was that, Captain? You're breaking up.
I suggest you stay away from that area of space, Commander. Mr. Venix, mark that in your log as a sign of insubordination from Commander Sorrel. I'm saying that to the Void since Venix is not currently here.
Well, sure, you could talk to the Void.
I'm talking to the Void that was
When I
Venix.
do it, it's called worrying psychologically.
Yeah. So
Sorrel.
Venix, Sorrel is being insubordinate.
Yep.
Goodness. All right.
I'm already 5 steps down this road. I'm not turning back now.
Sorrel.
The Hawking.
Hold on.
You haven't? I thought I was already in it.
No.
yeah.
No.
There's talk about it.
It's...
Okay. Back up.
Why
Hold
are
on.
you always trying to take my phone away, Captain? Why?
Hold on.
Literally, I got promised an awesome scan, and now you're
No,
trying to
you
take
did
it away
not
from
get
me.
promised an awesome.
Clear channel.
I did.
Clear channel.
I actually did say
Clear
we had
channel.
this game too.
You did, yeah.
Clear the channel, please. Thank you. Sorrel, L, you and the rest of the bridge officers on the ship are getting ready to go poke this void when you get the call from the captain and saying that the Klingons are here. And you're also given explicit instructions and not to mess with them. It is highly likely and makes a lot of sense that is probably where the Klingon ship is orbiting.
They're orbiting the void?
Oh, they are the void.
They are the void. They're a cloaked ship orbiting.
Void is not the proper term. This is a area of traffic that has been diverted with traffic diverted away from it.
With nothing there, seemingly.
Yeah, it's just an empty space in Chet traffic, but there's no anomaly or actual void there. It's just.
And I called traffic control, and they would not tell me why you were supposed to avoid it. They just said avoid it, and they whispered back and forth on the comm.
Yeah.
So they're being sus.
That's not sus at all. I mean, that's super sus.
So in terms of global positioning, the empty traffic area is here, and we are orbiting this way.
Our plan was to go and take a look at it, but now there's Klingon on the planet. So now the thought process is that it's a cloaked Klingon bird, so we don't have to go look at it because now,
well,
there's potential to know what it is.
Can we just verify that that's what it is?
Well, I was confused earlier. I thought at first that we had visual on it, which is why we went down the line of, okay, it's not a Klingon bird, and then we didn't have visuals, and then we didn't know.
No, there's no visual.
Void. I don't see anything there.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can look out the window and see that there's this area of space that everyone's avoiding, but you couldn't see anything specifically in there. Sensors weren't picking up anything, and as far as visual range, you're too far away to be able to spot a couple 100-meter vessel that far out. It would be a bright dot.
Scan for an ion trail?
That is that could certainly be a test you can try to verify it.
Yes. Let's verify it's the Klingons. Then we can leave them alone.
Dude,
right, I agree with that.
I mean, it's also trying to pick an ion trail out of hundreds of ships will not.
Well, let's let the GM decide how hard that is.
Yeah, because this is a main planet. There's lots of ships coming and going, as you can see.
Yeah.
Sure.
I mean, on the bright side, if there's an ion trail in the area of space where nobody has been flying, that's a little sus.
That's a little sus.
Hi, Venix.
Maybe there's a way to extrapolate size of ship in void based on path that ships are taking around it.
Yeah.
Well.
Maybe.
And if I do confirm it's the Klingons, I think the secondary question is, why are the Chet directing traffic around them?
Right. Yeah. Why are they cloaked here?
Why are they cloaked? And then the Chet are helping them stay hidden.
Well, it's the House of Rax.
And how long have they been here?
And I don't think the Chet could be called a unified body per se.
Yeah.
Reason science difficulty 5 comp standard. Excellent.
Comp 2.
Comp 2.
There's a possibility it could get complicated.
It's fair. I'm okay with this. Ready to rock and roll. Keen Eye as a trait to lower that comp standard.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you. All right, sensor operations as my focus. It's time to do a little reason science, ladies and gentlemen.
Actually, 3. You could assist with a daring con to kind of tip the ship in a advantageous direction. Serendipitously, oh, I'm drifting over here to get a better look at this.
Oops, we pointed our deflector dish right at them. Yeah, okay. I get it.
That.
Daring con, you say?
Yeah.
My two favorite word.
Here comes the main roll.
Good.
I'm going to spend 2 momentum, the rest on threat to get to 5. Onwards and downwards. Boom.
I love how that's become our crew's catchphrase. whenever
Not
we
too
roll something.
shabby.
I started it.
You did.
You did start it.
You should be proud. We adopted it.
I inspected everybody else. I am patient 0.
Yep.
Nice. So,
I think we got it.
6. Got it. And I think we're out of the like highbrow prep music.
More of the speculative music. Doom, doom,
Yeah.
doom, 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 doom.
I mean, I could imagine Sorrel listening to the jolly. Actually, sorry. I think there's something else. Never mind.
Sorrel is always listening to Daft Punk if you want.
I thought it was Pirates of Penzance.
Well, that's for the bedroom with
Oh my
Leslie.
god.
TMI. Okay.
Interesting.
You asked.
It's true.
I specifically did not actually ask
With-
the question.
The question was
Not that
implied.
question.
With cat-like tread?
Oh gosh. Okay.
Oh,
This is a family show.
We just like some music. We like our musicals.
Uh huh. Anyway, so the ion ring.
Iron Trail, yes. Iron Trail.
It is very difficult to figure this out because this is like an orbital path. It's not like staying in the same location. This is void of the zone of avoidance is kind of rotating around the planet and like slipping across it ground speed. But it is at approximately the 45th parallel north, and the Stavanger is doing a circumpolar orbit.
Science question: is it geosynchronous?
You would have already known this. No, it is not.
Okay. It's not
3.
geosynchronous. Okay.
They're
Yeah.
just staying roughly in that area.
Roughly
there's-
in that area.
Like, same
They're saying-
latitude.
They're staying
Sorry,
roughly at the same latitude. No, it's the latitude.
Okay.
They're the same latitude. They're shifting longitude over time. They're doing about one orbit at every 30 minutes. It seems.
What's this damn peculiar?
But
Why would
yeah, it was very hard to get a fix on the ion trail because a bunch of ships have been like orbiting through the same space as time goes on, and there's a bunch of trails on top of each other. But you do
right, but we have
find
confirmed there is an ion trail in the void.
yes, there is one ion
Which-
trail in the void that is being created within it. So most likely some sort of cloaked vessel.
Does it match any known signatures? Is that a thing?
For a momentum, I can answer that.
Spent.
It matches a Klingon Kavort class cruiser.
I'm going to literally verbalize the question in my head, which is why, given that their ambassador has made an appearance on the planet with the captain, would their ship be maintaining a cloak? And secondarily, why would the Chet be helping them?
Potentially their diplomatic channels are not above the board, so to speak.
Also, the concept of Achi.
Yeah, they want to test everything first, which means they'll entertain everything.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, well, that was one thought I had, Vinix, is we have multiple Klingon factions here.
Is it
Potentially.
the trail of one ship? Can we tell if it's multiple?
It's
I
one
know
ship.
that so the House of Rocks is here, and presumably that would be their ship.
Presumably.
Presumably.
Can we, I asked this, but I realized my Discord was being weird when I did. Are there ion trail signatures? Like, can you tell which nation's ship or like even like this class of ship from
You
the Ion
can
Trail?
get the class of ship, but not much more than that from the Ion Trail. Oh, this Ion Trail
Yeah.
is consistent with
Not
the
like a specific registry, but you could get like this is a Klingon ion signature with and a particular class of vessel.
It's a Klingon Cavort class.
Oh,
Yeah, it's the big bird of prey, a approximately
one.
scale 5.
Yeah.
Yep.
it's the cruiser variant. Yeah,
It's the
okay.
cruiser variant. Yeah.
It's cloaked.
Well,
It's
at
in
least
a-
it's not a Nightcar.
It's still smaller than us.
Yep.
Why would the Klingons want to be cloaked? But their
Um,
ambassador is live and in charge down
I
on
can
the planet.
give that. I can give that to you for a roll.
Oh yes, please.
Yeah.
Reason command, diff 3, assisted by computers command.
I mean, it's a House of Rax, and based on everything that Smith has done in regards to them, they're not exactly following Martok.
Yep.
Interstellar politics as my focus.
Oh, absolutely.
I will give you 1 momentum, 2 threat to get to 4. And here we go. Rerolling the complication. I believe that worked.
And
Interstellar
computers
politics.
command.
In my Star Trek?
Computer's command from the Stavanger.
Hope that it would be interstellar politics in Star Trek.
Captain Smith, computers command from the ship. Thank you.
That's all right. We got it.
I was doing things.
Yeah, playing a game.
I'm being a good tabletop player and busting with my notes.
Ah,
2 momentum gained, and what do I know?
This is not outside the realm of modus operandi for any Klingon on Ambassador. They will just have their ship cloaked and in orbit.
This is an SOP.
Yeah, this is just standard operating procedure. Like, yo, we're gonna have our ambassador here. We're nowhere near there. We're just gonna keep our ship cloaked for like our own safety, so that way, if we need to bug out, we can, or if we need to
Chet are
attack.
helping them. No doubt about that.
to see also the diplomatic power of Nap's fingers, ship decloaks like 30 feet away.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no.
But
Yeah,
but in
Sucks.
canon, the same thing happened with DS9 when Galron showed up. He had his fleet hang around DS9, ostensibly to help, but they were cloaked.
Oh yeah, they kept cloaking and decloaking, right?
Yep.
To
So
obscure their
they
numbers.
can never get a good chance of the numbers, but they're definitely like there. So
What's the honor in that?
But I got one. Well, that was Galron. But
Okay, that's fair.
fair.
but I only got one ion trail in the void, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Only one ion trail, and it is not outside of their SOP to even in
Be
diplomatic missions to have the ship up under cloak while around enemy planet.
It still seems strange to me that the Chet is cooperating with them.
Again, that wouldn't be a weird because as they, in order to just maintain in safety, of course, or they have to be in communication with orbital command saying, "Hey, I'm here. Please don't direct someone to run into us."
Yeah,
Or else-
yeah. To be fair, you don't want to start like multi-ship pileup in orbit.
And
Well, I mean, yeah, I get it, and I realize that in Star Trek we kind of ignore the vastness of space, but it's still doesn't that still kind of defeat the purpose? The point was to stay cloaked, and you've
yeah,
told somebody where you are. So
yeah, it's weird to have given them such a wide berth for one ship when
Again, it's
Doesn't
not
need
that
that,
it's not that unusual. The Klingons could say, "Hey, we're gonna be cloaked. Give it this wide area that we're gonna stay cloaked in. Keep everyone out, or we're gonna kill you."
Yeah,
And
I guess
the-
that
Yeah.
would just be like, a general area, so you don't
The
know exactly.
the weird thing comes in that the Chet didn't give a logical reason why you shouldn't be there. Just whisper, whisper, whisper. Stay on your course.
All right. Launch
Yeah, that
quantum.
sucks.
Here we go. No.
No, do not start another incident with the House of Rex.
Oh,
Here's
look.
my
You insulted their honor twice to their face. You nearly got stabbed.
Oh, look, you woke up
By
the
two
baby.
different
The
ambassadors,
Gettysburg
it's
just
fine.
deploys.
The Gettysburg is currently defiant. It's not ready yet.
So I guess since my curiosity's been satisfied, I'm just gonna maintain standard orbit and keep a. Actually, you know what? I am gonna deploy a class 3 probe to kind of, keep a sort of a general scan on that area to detect if that ion trail starts moving outside of the defined void.
Ooh.
Oh boy.
How are we gonna justify that politically?
I don't like the noises Author was making when you said
Yeah, that feels like
Yeah,
feels like a big step forward.
Hold on. I can present the challenge and you can decide if you want to do it or not.
like, I support the plan. I just want to make sure I don't start a war.
Well, we're here for war games.
Yeah, but we've also set up that the Klingons won't be interfering.
Good, and I'm gonna keep an eye on them. Trust but verify. That's
Hey, I've got a question.
For Comp 5.
Yes, Phoenix.
Are we on the same orbital plane as the Klingons, but just like 180 degrees apart? Or
No, you're kind of 90 degrees apart. The Klingons are orbiting east-west. You are orbiting north-south, but 90 degrees away from them.
do our orbits ever intersect empty? When one's not there, the other is, but in a way that...
Yes, the
know what I
orbits. Yes, the orbits would cross over each other. Both. Yeah, you are occasionally on the 65th parallel. Oh, you're just not there for long.
So if someone were to discharge a bunch of charged particles at the point where our orbits meet, and let's say a cloak ship went through all those charged particles, would they stick?
They would.
Just a thought.
Well, I mean, I'm not at all opposed to it, but that seems a little more aggressive than me just launching a sensor probe.
But it's also more easily justifiable. Like, we're working on our war card. It was just a bit of discharge.
Yeah, cleaning the Bastard collectors or something.
We have not only the Gettysburg and our war core is currently being worked on. So,
Okay, so
that
if you
large
want to
particle
ask the
would
Vulcan to
discharge.
lie, you should ask the Vulcan to exaggerate.
We're not technically lying. We're just saying that this is what's happening while we're working on things. It's not a lie.
That can just be the exact location that we decide to, discharge the particles.
Well, let me ask the great eye in the sky. What would be the nature of that role to do Vinix's plan?
Oofda. Okay.
Just long and the short of it, if we launch a probe, then not only would the Chet be asking us why we did that, but the Klingons would be looking suspicious.
First off, war games. That would be my first excuse.
Scanning the terrain, sure.
Yeah, preparing for the war games. And that one I can justify to myself as, well, it could be the real war games or the real war games.
Games. Right? Yeah, exactly.
The difficulty is less, but the complication still remains.
And it would have to be Presence Con as 3. You're going to be flying casual and lining this a shot up while making it look like you're not lining a shot up.
Fly casually.
I'm inclined to do the sensor probe, given the nature of that, because I can already reduce my difficulty by 1 right off the bat, so I can kind of get it in the same range.
I could potentially use intelligence officer here to give you another advantage here, like some sort of Starfleet intelligence protocol for detecting cloaked vessels.
That would be nice.
Yeah,
to assist in that side, potentially lower.
We can lower the comp. Yeah.
Yeah, my presence con is only a 13, so it's not like the
Okay,
highest
yeah.
in the world.
All right. It's a
Yeah,
calculated
sorry,
risk, but I'm launching the class 3 probe.
I'm at it.
You want me to give you an intelligence advantage?
I
to
would
load the comp
like that. I would like that advantage. Yes, please.
Copy.
One thing, if you launch you have a good cover story for the charged particle dispersal. What is your cover story for the sensor probe?
Well, I'm literally preparing for the war games that we are here to conduct.
Okay.
Yeah, you gotta have a way to gather up all the data.
I mean, if someone challenged me, like standard procedure coming into a potential hostile territory is to launch probes and to assess the terrain. I mean, are you?
Yeah.
And then I'm going to act rather offended and say, "Are you going to question all of my tactical decisions in this war games?" I mean, what kind of game are we playing here, Chet?
I'm just finalizing the paperwork. It was Sorrel and Venix that were actually setting this all up. So that is reasonable. That
okay,
based on how
I'm
you
just
did it,
I'm just trying to figure out like what your justification is for.
That's my justification.
All right. Yeah, that would be the control science roll.
Yeah, and I'll give you the intelligence advantage as well to lower the comp again.
Lower the comp to 4. I will lower the difficulty to 3 with my Starfleet Exploration Division decoration, because this is a science task, and I will use Keen Eye as a trait to lower the comp to 3.
And diff 2 because of advanced sensors.
Boom, diff 2. Now we're talking. All right. Control science. Standard rules there. All right, I am going to spend 2 momentum, 1 threat to get to 4. Sensor operations as my focus. Onwards and downwards. Yeah. Yeah.
Nice.
Sensor science for the Stavanger. Comp 3.
Oh, fuck. It's fine. It's a 12.
It's fine.
Okay.
Okay, so we have diff 2, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 4 momentum generated. Alright. You managed to launch a probe and get it standing at the edge of the system. And yeah, you do immediately get questioned by orbital control. Hey, what are you doing? Why are you launching probes in the middle of our traffic?
Standard operating procedure when we are about to engage in a war game scenario is to assess the terrain of a hostile territory. So I'm simply beginning initial preparations for our mutual war games as we agreed.
Wargame
I kind of
the wargame aim preparations and say that you have a standard period of 12 hours to prepare.
That's right, and we are within that window.
No, you're not.
I believe so.
That
Check
clock
your
doesn't
records again.
That clock doesn't start until Smith signs that deal.
Well, my paperwork says otherwise. I suggest you involve your supervisor, maybe make some contacts there. But anyway, what's the harm of sensor probe? It's not a offensive weapon. Haven't not even directing it anywhere near your planet. I guess I'm confused. Control, why are you concerned?
Sorrel, presence command to 4.
Oh, I wish I had deception, but I don't.
You wish you were anything but a Vulcan at this point.
Yeah, I do have composure though. I can be inscrutable.
Nice.
I
yeah,
will.
there you go.
I will take a composure.
All right, there we go.
But yeah, your Vulcan trait is making this difficult because Vulcans don't lie; they do other things.
No, we don't. We exaggerate. We bend the truth. We try not to break it. Let's see. All right, so that's diff 4. Okay, spending 3 threat and then 3 momentum, 2 threat to get to 5.
That would be 3 and 3. Get 5.
Okay, that's 3 and 3. Yep, I will spend the 3 and 3. And then okay, and then I got the presence command. Here we go. I'm having a good night.
Yeah, no kidding.
Communications command.
Yep. I gave him the eyebrow, and he is flummoxed by it.
Nope.
Gain 2 momentum.
I think he's smelling what you're cooking.
Chet don't have eyebrows. What does this mean?
Very well, Stavanger. Continue your operations, and good luck.
Thank you, Control. Stavanger out.
All right, I am taking notes.
Very different gifts, same idea.
Yep.
Still very early rock.
Yeah, it's very early rock.
Yeah, because that's still WWF.
That's definitely yep, the WWF. That's right.
That's still Attitude Era.
Mm-hmm.
Best era. Nothing since has come close.
No, I agree, 100%.
The only time that WWE is good is when they have classic wrestlers on.
True.
Too true.
All you gotta do is just look at the recent numbers. it's kind of sad.
I'm still happy Cody won.
Okay. I'm just taking notes for my things. Don't worry about it.
You say that, and then worry ensues.
Huh. Funny how that happens. Anyways, you have a sensor probe about.
Just making sure they stay in their little box that they've created. Just stay in your box.
They want that box? We'll
They've
make
got
sure
it.
they are in that box.
Yeah.
If you come out of that box, then we're going to have words. They'll be logical and well oriented. Ranged? Ranged is probably the better word.
Wolf. All right, guys. Good luck. Let's see. How determined are we? So you have a sensor probe out. It is 1 zone away, so diff 1 with all the traffic, diff 3.
Looks like roll 20 is being roll 20 there, so I don't know what any of that means.
Got it, but
Yeah.
there's a nat 20.
Yeah,
There is
the
one
only
cop.
actual red is the ship.
Okay.
Yeah. Because everything else is either within or is like 1 over their actual range, and that's still well below the top 5. If there wasn't even a comp.
There wasn't a comp. So
Yeah.
okay, so they have a complication. They have scanned their probe, and they have scanned your probe. They got like a hard sensor ping off it, and then immediately you see that they open a communication channel to one of the ships surrounding them. A close range communication, short beam.
Is it a ship we can
within
see?
the box?
Or
I
yeah,
think-
is it like a Chet ship or?
Yeah, you gotta quantify that.
Yeah.
Was that ground control that pinged it, or is it the Klingon
Right,
ship that
exactly.
pinged it?
The Klingon ship
Okay.
pinged your probe, and then immediately it turned on its shortwave transceiver to communicate with someone. Like within minutes, so obviously in response to that.
Can we tell which ship they're contacting, or no?
No, they're using a tight beam. So you
Okay.
see that the transceiver turns on. The transceiver powers on through the cloak, but you can't tell which direction it's pointing. It's pointing away from the probe.
So at this moment, Cyril's eyebrow is about midway up his brow.
Mm-hmm. As the kids say, sus.
For sure.
It's funny because the youngest one here is Guy.
Hey, how's it going? I'm a baby. All right. Well, I mean, there's certainly not too much we can do about that.
Yeah. Without knowing who
right.
or what, yeah.
And without completely revealing what we're doing. So I guess we.
Well, our scan is active, so if they reply, I imagine we get a chance to detect that reply. If we don't detect a reply, I am going to have the sensor looking to see if anyone breaks their current trajectory.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Funny you should mention that.
Oh boy. The weird little cargo ship just ran away.
This weird little cargo ship, it broke orbit.
Registry.
That's gonna be a 3 roll.
It's not pinging a registry?
No, it's 3's his job to ping it.
I
Oh,
don't think he's here.
Oh, he's not here.
He left a while ago.
Never mind. I'll make this a U roll.
Hey, worse comes to worse, you do it, make it a Borrego roll.
Riga. Finger guns.
It kind of sucks. We can't exactly go after it with the Stavanger, but we also can't send the Gettysburg because it's currently mostly ripped apart.
Science diff 2.
And I don't see the Gettysburg being put back together in a massively quick amount of time because Gray has split their focus to primarily working on the warp core while overseeing the Gettysburg.
Well, we'll see how all that goes. But for now, I'm going to do this reason science roll. Sensor operations is my focus. Diff 1 is that the lower for the advanced sensors?
Yes, it is.
Can I get diff 0 for Kenai?
Diff 0.
1 threat for 3.
Nice.
So we see everything.
Somebody just flushed. It was really loud. We heard it.
They dropped the wrench while they were trying to.
Yeah. Clang, 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 clang.
Drop 45 cents and 2 nickels and a quarter.
Oh boy. So I want to know this ship to its eyeballs and its teeth.
Let's see. Its registry is.
Author, stop being a 13-year-old.
You don't really mean that, right?
Please tell me it's a joke.
That is actually what comes up on the screen. It does raise as much eyebrows as you think it does.
Are we getting punked? Is this a joke?
This does not seem like a real registry to me.
That's the idea. It's not a real It doesn't seem like a real registry.
The false registry.
Mm-hmm.
Gotcha.
No, chat. None of us will be repeating that. So
Nope. It's
you
silly.
can deal.
I have standards.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you just look at
the crew. That's clearly a false registry.
Yeah, it's got to be fake for sure. No one would put that in there. So I guess the question is it always flying a false registry, or did it get warned and turn it on basically?
So we've scanned the ship. What is its scale and weaponry?
Yeah, I can and give you the scale, free, and the weaponry for 1 momentum.
Yep, absolutely.
All right. Scale is 3. Let me double check the weaponry.
And you said it appears to be like a Chet transport vessel.
Mm-hmm.
Copy.
Hold on, I had.
So at this point, who's taking the bets that we're dealing with another growl?
Something like that. Certainly somebody in league with Klingons.
Its weapons are EM cannons / phaser banks.
What's the charge on their phaser banks? How many megajoules?
Probably not enough.
Yeah, it seems pretty weak just looking at it. Are we in the 1 photon torpedo should do it range, or?
They have about 4 megajoules on their phaser banks.
So if I want to give the Stavanger laser treatment for its beard, then they're good to go.
Wait, sorry. It's scale plus security plus the thing. 7 megajoules.
Okay, now say that's more significant. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
All right. So they do have a bit of a bite to their weaponry. Crew complement. Only 3 humanoids and our Chet. Could humanoids also include Klingons?
Yes, humanoids would. Klingons would fall under that category.
Gotcha.
But there's something weird about the Andor.
About the what?
The way the computers is bringing it up. It's like it doesn't know whether it's Chet life signs or humanoid life signs.
Can you clarify for a momentum?
Yes.
Okay.
The computer is kind of receiving ink signals for both of those at about the same frequency. So, probability wise, there's 23 life forms, but it's like 50% chance that they're humanoid and 50% chance that they're Chet.
Okay.
So it's like the computer itself is confused.
The problem is we've also seen representatives of non-Chet species on the planet. So there's no way knowing what is on that Chet vessel.
They got communicated to by the House of Rax Klingon.
Oh yeah, there's a non-zero chance that it's Klingon on that ship.
I have a strong inference that it's Klingons.
Yeah, there's a non-zero chance it's Klingons. I'm just saying.
Yep.
There might also be other humanoids on the.
Yeah, it's possible. We saw a few at like the spaceport or whatever when it landed. So
if above board you can see that there are pirate vessels and a Nausicaan ship here.
Yeah.
So they've broken their trajectory. What trajectory are they currently
How are
on?
they spending?
As you are looking at the crew complement spread and trying to like suss out from the computers, the sensor scan kind of slides over and slowly becomes more and more confirmed that it's Chet.
Okay.
Everybody on the ship is Chet?
Now it appears to be reading that.
Okay.
Burrell, alter the probe.
Well, hang on. So it has broken its previous trajectory. What new trajectory is it on? Where's it headed? Please project the parabolic course.
Burrell, that slowly shifting makes my brain tick that they are now no longer on that ship if there were humanoids on it.
I mean, it could be they
or they're somehow changing how they appear on sensors.
That is true as well, but how likely is it that there's another cloaked Klingon vessel in the direction that ship went?
Well, this is what I'm trying to get down to. Where is it headed?
Oh, that was not what I wanted to draw.
Oh Jesus!
Oh, wow.
There's a tree limb in space.
Watch out! It's poop. Run!
Sorry, that needs to be clear. All right. And I'm also going to draw some math later so it doesn't get messed up.
We just saw author use that same coloration for tree limbs on the planet. And you went straight for the child response.
Current parabolic course is the green line. Up and around the fourth planet.
Yeah, so that's based on their current course. They would loop around that planet at some point.
I gotcha. So kind of moving out of there.
Is this one actually here, or is that just leftover Tokeny bits?
That's actually here, but it's not like suspiciously close to this, and it is coming in for landing.
So it's breaking orbit and seeking to leave the solar system. Is that what I'm projecting?
Yes, it appears to be that way.
Or just sort of disappear behind that planet, and who knows what it's doing.
Current projections, yes, that is the case, but with the fact that the sliding scale shifted slowly towards all Chet.
This is the approximate course. If they do not change their air trajectory, this is where their course will take them. They will slingshot around the fourth planet.
Let's see. Right. And they're in range of quantum torpedoes?
No, they're not. They're at extreme range.
At extreme range of quantum torpedoes.
Why?
Okay. So then definitely out of range for phasers then, and transporters.
Transporters, you have to be close range. You have to pull up alongside them.
Right.
Why are you worrying about our weapons range?
Don't worry about it.
This is my ship. I am going to worry about it.
You're not there. You can't worry about it.
What you do on me, I will worry about it.
I know. You're on the planet. You're hanging out.
You.
Hey, we'll let you know if we need you.
Why don't you just look to see if there are any other Klingon ion trails in its path?
Okay, so let's break down what we know. We set up a sensor sweep, tight communication beam from the cloaked ship within the void. A ship broke orbit and is now headed out of system.
Mm-hmm.
Going for reinforcements.
Right, heading to
Plus
alternate meetup location.
Yeah.
Plus the fact that it initially pinged as the crew complement being 50-50 humanoid Chet, and then slowly
Right,
shifted
and then
to
it moved
all
to Chet. I think that
Yeah.
was sort of deception.
They didn't do
here.
it quickly either. It did it slowly.
But I don't think it was in range of the void, because you have to be close range for transporters.
No, it was definitely not within range of the Klingon vessel O2.
So either
transport.
our initial scan was wrong, or
But we don't know how long the Klingons have been here, and whether or not they did have other Klingons on another ship waiting in case of things.
Yeah. I don't know. It's if this sort of feels like a spiral
Sorrel?
of endless speculation at this point.
Sorrel?
No information.
Yeah.
Yes.
If you give me 2 threat, I will allow. If you give me 2 threat, I will give you a clue.
Co-author, you know I'm going to give you that 2 threat.
All right. You were really close. So,
Okay.
you had your scan, and then your scan changed. The most logical options are either your initial scan was wrong and it is corrected, or your initial scan was correct and it has been altered.
So they're sending us false information, false signal. Hey, we're just Chet here. We're not Chet and Klingons hanging out doing weird conspiratorial overthrow the galaxy nonsense, right? That kind of stuff. Do I have an intuition as to which I think it is?
Which one do you think is most logical? That the initial scan of humanoid, of humanoids is correct, or the final scan of Chet is correct?
I trust my sensors. My sensors are my babies. I think I'm being lied to it right now.
We have fancy sensors again, so
Yeah, it makes more sense that if it's someone that aren't Chet, they want to appear as Chet to blend in, right?
Right, because we're in Chitera.
Right, and that would make more sense.
And that's a Chet vessel, even though it's got a ridiculous registry.
Right.
That's the same code I have on my suitcase.
Exactly.
1, 2,
2, 3, 4.
She's continuing to move out.
Screw it. Move to intercept.
Oh my.
You're gonna break orbit and.
Breaking orbit, moving to intercept.
All right.
And I have to run to the restroom real quick. I've been holding it. Sorry. 2 minutes.
Oh,
I'll be
no.
back. 2 minutes. I'll be back.
No.
Goodness.
no, we're not firing.
The current orbital path, there's a lot of traffic in your way, so you don't have a clear line of sight to jump to warp at them.
We couldn't jump to warp anyway.
I think
That too.
ship's still down, right?
Yeah.
It's full impulse or nothing.
Just blast anything that gets in your way.
No.
Just fire a few warning shots across anyone's bow.
Anyone? Why not everyone?
Because we're trying to the diplomatic relations. If we just fire indiscriminately at Chet vessels, that will mean that everything that we have attempted so far would be for naught.
So am I tickling your intrigue senses yet?
You're
Yeah.
you're
we're tickling.
pushing the "this is a grill" situation button again.
I still think there's so much here that we don't know.
And the provocateurs are very not super trustworthy.
On one hand, I love that title. On the second hand, why did I pick a title I can't say that consistently?
Well, the provocateur is very not trustworthy, and the deputy is not the same level of trustworthy, but still, they're not exactly showing us all the cards.
All right. I spent 2 threats. There is currently a traffic between you and the other ship. You have to get around this green barrier before, or you can chase after them.
And just
Mr.
as
Three,
point
take
of
us through.
fact, we only have full impulse. We don't have
Or I guess Mr. Borrega.
bow rigger.
You can go through during con diff 3 econ 5. Please God, don't hit anything.
Easy. Nice and easy.
Are you going through, or are you going to go around?
I think we go through.
I'm not
It
in
ain't.
control.
Direct
Somebody else
route.
can do bow rigger.
Oh boy.
Yeah, who wants to pick up Borrega? As he finger guns us through.
Yeah, I'll do it.
Nice.
Actually, no. You can't immediately go through. The traits is making it impossible. If you can and create an advantage that'll allow you to go through the traffic, then you can attempt it.
I don't see how we'd be able to.
We have a sensor probe deployed. Spin 2 momentum to create an advantage where we're triangulating the path through.
I will allow that.
Okay.
Cool. You've taken an impossible task and made it possible.
Sweet. Finger guns. Borrega.
Daring Con.
Okay.
Well, you created a hole, so it was actually Vulcan eyebrow into finger guns.
You didn't create a hole. You found a hole.
Yep.
That's a lot of count.
That is
Yeah.
Yeah, you're flying into a high traffic area.
Ugh. Warp really doesn't help us, and warp drive doesn't help us. Fun. We don't have.
This counts as an activation for Borrega. If you haven't given him anything, you could give him a value.
Value, finger guns lead the way.
Renowned as a trait from the ship. We're renowned for doing the insane.
Nope, doesn't apply.
Not flying towards a subspace hole and crashing.
Stavenger's like, wait, you haven't heard of me? I'm the Stavanger. Hey. Hey. I was thinking that.
Our ship is the Fawns, that's all.
Yep, just the fun.
We already
Yeah.
covered it's a military-minded ship.
Yeah.
So, sorry, girl.
Renown's not gonna cut it.
Renown doesn't fire, but what about the value? Can he use his value to spin his determination?
What is his value?
get them there safely.
Yes, absolutely.
Or we really... This is where we wish that the Gettysburg wasn't currently defined. It would have been so much easier with that one.
Yeah, that would be nice.
What's the +2 for?
That's your
Plus two hits.
determination.
That's that. That's
Oh, okay.
determination spent.
Right. Let's see. Focus and helm control and flight control.
Yes.
I was trying to think of a way to get that comp down.
There really isn't for him or the ship.
Improve
And
reaction
the flight
control.
path is making this possible.
Yeah, unfortunately the sensor probe is making it possible, so we can't use that.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, there's nothing from the ship that will help this.
Well, you already succeeded at the task. We're just rolling for complication at this point.
Yeah.
Yeah. So roll the minimum, and then we've got 3 momentum to quash.
Yeah, just don't take any more dice. Yeah.
Yeah, there we go. Or just do it. Just do it. How about we just do it?
How about we just succeed?
2 nat ones. Yay.
6. Oh my goodness. All right. So 6, 7 on a diff 1.
We don't just get through it. We pirouette through it.
It's one of those
beautiful.
times, the few times we might use a seatbelt.
It's a beauty shot.
Darrell pushed the button on Smith's seat. He just gets seatbelts around his chest and 2 around his thighs.
Ooh, baby.
They're pretty tight on the thighs.
Why does the
there.
captain need this many seatbelts?
Whoa.
You soar
That he remembers 359.
through this traffic. You cut across this big, like 800 meter or ship dips and dives and rolls around, and all these little shuttle pods that are racing back and forth across this corridor. And not a scratch on her as you clear the void. Or
Nice.
clear orbital. You have 3 floats.
But Rigga, that was your roll, so you get the first. If you have any ideas for advantages.
Let's set us up on a course that will give us an intercept course on this thing's orbital path.
Yeah, I can take that. You managed to get through, and you are already like lined up just right to get ahead with them without having to correct after you're done with it. One more float.
Do they have a sensor blind spot or anything like that?
That you would not know offhand. You would have to know more about Chet ships in order to know about that.
Okay.
You could guess where a blind spot is, but unless you like actually like know the schematics or have like either flown a Chet ship or fought against one.
I think we'll have us come up at its 6 o'clock position.
Okay, so coming up 180 Mark 0, just dead behind them.
Right, exactly.
Kind of hiding in the engine wash. Yeah,
We're
we
not
can do that.
hitting from sensors, are we?
No,
So,
no. Oh, the idea
No.
is, the idea is coming up like in their engine wash. So, like directly behind them where the impulse engines are. It's just gonna be a bright white spot.
Hunt for Red October style. As long as they don't do any crazy Ivans, we're good to go.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh, wow. Okay. All right.
Yeah. I like this. And that would be a pretty standard maneuver. Like if you're trying to like hide someone, staying like directly on their six in the engine wash, that would be a fairly typical blind spot.
How much bigger are we than them?
You are scale 6, they're scale 3.
We're double the size.
Alrighty. Fingers crossed.
All right, you got through that. I am burning hard to get ahead. Your maneuver.
All right, so we'll just come up from behind him, dramatically on the Z-axis from behind.
All right, as 1, 2, 2, 2, 2. This void here and there. Right around there, they go behind the dark side of the planet.
Continue on, Mr. 3.
Do you want
stay in their baffles?
Do you want to continue going behind them like this, or do you want to try to cut them off?
Yeah, I don't want to follow them directly now that I can't see them. So I want to
turn around. Oh, this sucks.
Yeah, I want to go over the pole of that planet.
You can absolutely do that.
On the other side.
We're gonna turn this corner, and there's gonna be something gross here.
1, 2.
I don't want to be where they expect me to be. So
Yeah,
I'm gonna
for
go over
sure.
the top of it.
No, that's totally a good tactical maneuver. I like it. Go ahead and give me. Let's do a control con. Give 2 with the engines con as you are trying to get in, like dash to the planet and skip up and over the pole and do a circumpolar orbit to intercept this guy.
Okay, I'm going to give you a point of momentum for cautious con.
And engines con.
Stavanger.
Who got the ship?
Captain does, and nice.
Nice. All right.
Momentum. All right.
3. So you have a float. As you pull in,
create an advantage for surprise.
I'll allow it.
I'll try and stay hidden in the rings.
Rings wouldn't be circumpolar. Rings are equatorial.
Yeah. No, you circumvented the axis, so. We went the other way.
Okay.
However, you could hide in its magnetosphere because the magnetosphere would be up along the poles.
I like that.
All right.
Surprise. Like it.
Oops. Let's just go in the back. Back of the ship. As you cruise over top here, and you manage to sink yourself deep in the magnetic sphere. Sorrel, what's our alert status?
Yellow alert. Energize defense fields.
Shields?
Shields up.
Bring up the shields. There's a slight crackling in haze of blue fire as the magnetic field of this giant gas giant is kind of rippling along the shields. Not quite enough to do damage, but there's definitely a visual distortion. Sensors start to get hazier and hazier as the view screen and starts to fill with snow and starts doing that like weird CRTV warping thing, and where it's like the image is swaying from side to side. You can still navigate with it, and your navigational sensors are still effective, but it is like distorting the screen a little bit, so you're flying by instruments.
Oh.
Because, yeah, gas giants have, like, super powerful magnetospheres.
Okay.
But it's not enough to, like, interfere with your functions. You're still at 100% flight capability.
Okay.
And you crest over the top of the planet, and it get to the other side, and shields are up. If you peek over the edge of the hill, and nothing's there.
Gee, how did I know that was going to happen?
Wideband sensors. Active ping. Where did that ship go?
Full on sensor scan.
Yep.
Now I'm going to spend some threat. The magnetic field is causing a little bit of grief.
I would like to spend 2 momentum to create an advantage to counter that with my knowledge of sensors.
You can and do that. You're able to calibrate around the magnetic field, bringing this back down to 0.
There's the slightest of ever grins on Sorrel's face as he steps over to the science station.
Guy, you're on the bridge. What do you think of all this?
Yeah, I mean, I think that we're fully committing to a plan of action here, while also being completely in the dark on most of the information. So I think this is a dangerous choice. But I mean, we vibe. I guess I'll vocalize. In the event, Commander, that we do locate the vessel, what will we do then?
I raise my eyebrow. Doctor, are you suggesting I'm flying by the seat of my pants?
That's what it feels like. I would never suggest such a thing, but it feels like we're kind of making this up as we go.
Well, rest assured, Doctor, my courses are always logical.
It's like we're in some sort of role-playing game.
Right. Well, I happy to help however we can, but as far as current operational capacity is, we did not launch that probe to spy on the cloaked Klingon vessel, and so therefore we did not intercept the communication from the cloaked Klingon vessel to this one, and so we do not have any sort of cause to follow the ship this far.
What ship, Doctor?
Right. Okay.
Oh, I got it. I'm going to pull a Counselor Troy. Can I use my empathy, my Betazoid empathy, to pick up if there are mines out here somewhere that I can sense?
Well, let's hold that. Let's hold that back for a second. Let me do this reason science roll and see if we can get further information, because I actually haven't made any decisions on what to do with the ship.
Right.
We may just sit here and observe it. I don't know. I was kind of hoping that once we got its baffles, it would lead us to its secret base where it's doing all the evil, stupid, crazy, bad guy things. But
of course,
we'll see if that happens. All right, reason science difficulty 0. So I'm gonna give you a little momentum, Phoenix, for your next thing.
Sorry about that.
Nope.
I snuck away. The next you would absolutely be able to do that, but let's resolve the sensor scan roll, and then you can do the Beta Z thing.
Beta Z thing. Yep, that'd be cool. All right.
I like it.
Reasons. I am going to give you 3 threat to get to 4. Sensor operations is my focus. Onwards and downwards. I'm going to go fishing.
Of course,
That's
oh
why I go
goodness.
fishing.
Sensor science. Also, one mechanic I should, I should have brought this up before we rolled, but you can pump extra power into a sensor scan. For every 1 point of power you put in, you can get an extra bit of momentum as you are just juicing the sensors as hard as you can, but you get extra complication range per power point you put in.
Okay, fair enough. I think we'll skip that since we've kind of done pretty good.
Yeah, I think we're doing okay.
Yeah.
Darrell can smell them through the scanners.
Oh my goodness. So 4, 5, 6, 7 on a diff 0. Mother Mara. Oofta.
So exactly when did the captain get his last fillings taken care of?
Right,
And-
yeah.
So you peer over or top of this planet. You're looking at the dark side of the planet. It's a massive ring system with a dozen moons and hundreds of thousands of rocks and ice and boulders just tumbling around this thing. They do not appear to be here.
Are they also cloaked? Did they get given some new tech to try out? How heavily are we getting bamboozled here?
So nothing within my sensor scans that suggests the ship or any kind of base or other ship or evidence of another ship
There
or
is
evidence of a base.
there is no artificial structure currently in view.
They disappeared like a fart in the wind, is what you're telling me.
Are they also cloaked?
Would you like to know more?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, we have so much momentum here.
Mm-hmm.
Which
And I don't know, I still have the advantage from earlier. I thought that was specific to the probe, I guess, for detecting. cloaked
I'll allow that advantage to carry over.
vessels. All right, copy. Beautiful. You're a benevolent god.
Yes. For 1 momentum you can scan for cloaks.
Yep.
Yeah.
There does not appear to be any of the residual energy signatures of a cloaked. No neutrino surges is around.
It did disappear like a fart in the wind.
There's no terrain here that
Oh,
that
there's
they
lots of
could have used
terrain.
to hide.
There is
So
lots of
they're-
terrain. It's a ring system.
Okay. Yeah, so they've probably just
It's a ring system
powered off, and
of a gas giant.
so they probably powered off and are just kind of hiding among the shit.
Do I detect any non-normal floating around the planet rock kind of things?
For a momentum.
Is slave one in the garbage in the
Right. Yeah.
No,
yes, I'll
slave
put it.
one. There is no artificial structure or here. There's no duranium alloy that's showing up. No power signature.
Is there a gate? Where the hell did they go?
Did they somehow
Can we
spooky? Like what are we doing?
try my empathy detection type thing?
If I don't have to let the float go, then yes. If I have to spin the float before we do that, then let
You
me
have
know.
to spin the float.
Yeah, I figured we did it. We have to spin this float first. Okay.
Yeah. So let's.
Um,
Sorry.
You can create advantage.
No residue.
I mean, Sorrel's a telepath too. Can he create an advantage for Vinix for his empathy?
So technically, so am I. So we can all.
Can we all?
But our powers combined.
Can we put our collective brains together and be like, all right, what the hell's
Wonder
going on
Twin powers.
Collective brains together. Powerful psionic just blast two of them
All right.
away.
Before we go, any questions? Any other questions you want to ask? So we know that there's no neutrino surges for air cloaks. There's also no signs of any geranium in the field.
No immediate signs of like we didn't detect any power signatures, so like we didn't
Yeah, for my
jump
side,
warp or
for
do any
power
of
for power signatures, or that would be a different question.
yeah. Could I use my free science question for power signatures?
That I will allow.
Nice.
Very faintly.
Okay.
Faintly on what trajectory? What location?
In the rings.
In the rings. So somewhere in the rings. All right. Then now I would like to spend my 2 momentum as an advantage to create a psychic link where we're gonna support the empathic effort here to locate these hidden dudes.
Mother Mara. Yeah, this is gonna be bad.
It's all fun and games until Cyril accidentally creates a link with Bo and Guy.
Would suck.
Based on what happened to Rost and Sorrel, yes.
Mm-hmm.
I've only got 1 psychic bro. I can have. I'm a 1 psychic bro kind of guy. That's
good.
Right.
Not to mention your wife.
Yeah, well, yeah. The wife I think
Dude,
is kind of
People can be married. People can be married and have a psychic bro. All right, that's pretty standard. It's 2024. Come on.
But only 1. You can only have 1
Yeah,
psychic.
That's
He was bonded to Ross before he met Leslie, so it's fine.
Polyamory, you cowards. Anyways. Yeah.
Happy wife, happy life.
All right. You don't know where. Let's see. You don't know where they are. This is like interstellar. Not interstellar. This is like interplanetary distance. That is a trait. Insight Command, Diff 4, Complication 2.
That's in my wheelhouse. If you want me to lead, guys.
Anyone else on the bridge with psionic abilities can assist.
Nice.
Copy. You said insight.
Bo will assist.
Let's go. The squad.
Here we go.
A bunch of brainiacs here. X-Men
It
to
just
me.
takes one powerful
Right?
powerful psychic to just flick Guy and Bo aside and just have a duel with Sorrel.
Will you accept composure as my focus?
And having said that, I just realized that I put that out there for Chet to do that to you.
I'm a bad nerd. I'm sorry, chat.
All right. Was that yes or no on the composure as the focus?
No, it'd have to be psionics.
So I don't have that. It's one of the things I want to add later. I do, however, have a trait of psychically resilient. I would like to lower the complication to standard.
Yes, that would absolutely work on the comp.
All right. Okay.
Now, chat is ragging on me because I got that quote wrong.
Being a full telepath.
Did you Yoda it and say my X-Men to me?
I do have telepathic projection as well.
If you make this roll, a telepathic projection might apply.
Okay. I will bring that to bear. Mechanically, I don't know how you want to deal with that. It has a specific mechanic, but I don't know if that's what you want to do.
If you succeed at the roll and spend 2 momentum, you might be able to see through the eyes of someone on that ship.
Okay, we'll call it that. Sounds good. All right, we're at comp standard. Insight command. I'm going to spend my determination.
How am I going to explain this as to my coworkers on Monday? Jesus Christ.
This feels like a puzzle. Would puzzle solver work?
Yes. Puzzle of
All right.
where the heck did the ship go?
Yeah, exactly. All right, so +2 to start. Then I will spend 2 momentum and a third to get to 4. Is that right? That gets me to 4? Or is it another one to get to 4? Because I'm always a little confused with the advantage spin.
You spent the determination. That's your 3rd die. So in order to roll 4 dice, ISO be 2 and 3. So 5 resources total.
Okay. I will spend them. 2 momentum and the rest in threat. 2 momentum and the rest in threat.
2 momentum, 3 threat. Aye.
Okay. And here comes standard. So here we go. Insight command. Onwards and downwards. And the assists.
You know what? Let's see, where is it? Doing Psychic BS. You need Psychic BS music.
It is Psychic BS music. I appreciate it.
So we just need the guy to do a thing.
All right, are we ready? Okay, cool.
Yeah.
I have no foci, unfortunately.
So that appears to hit.
Nice.
There are mines here.
Are they ADHD mines or are they calm, cool, and collected mines?
That is the interesting thing. They're calm, cool, and collected minds.
See, that's more worrying than the ADHD mines.
Spending 2 threat. Hey guy.
Yeah.
Who is someone in your past that you would not want to run into again?
Oh, that's unfortunate. Probably someone that I worked with during my extended period of time with Starfleet Intelligence, from the medical side of things. That place.
That place. Okay. What was this, a work relationship or something closer?
It was a work relationship with
Okay.
just another individual on the project.
Well, for the first time in years, you see this person.
Like mind's eye see?
Like telepathically, you reach out and like, oh, I know this. I know this aura.
All right, that's problematic.
Go ahead and name, species, and their occupation.
Copy. Let me pull up my notes because I did some of this.
Klingon warriors.
No, I have one.
No, this is Starfleet Intelligence.
Yeah, Andorian female. Name is Shrola, and then one of the classic Andorian last names that is awful and terrible to pronounce, so I'm just going to put it in chat.
Yeah.
One of those terrible ones. And yeah, she was on the lead project. She was kind of more on the engineering side of it. So we were kind of, joint task force type thing. I handled the medical sides of it, and she handled kind of engineering and distribution and all that.
So the distribution of your previous projects.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so it's the Sharoness. I'm gonna modify that name, if you don't mind.
Yeah, please, by all. Yeah, totally. I'm not tied to it. I can't even say it. So.
It's fine. It's his rightness. Yes, I realize I left the entire middle of that word, so it's unrecognizable to what it should be.
I'll go the Shriness or Shriness.
Valid. Yeah.
All right. She is on the ship.
Oh, great. I'll break my, I guess, telepathic link. Be like, Commander. I got a telepathic link. Briefly. Individual that I worked with previously in Starfleet Intelligence is on the vessel.
Sorry, Doctor. Someone you know from Starfleet Intelligence is on this vessel where we detected Chet and other humanoids, and now only Chet.
That is correct. It does appear to be unmistakable, unfortunately.
Curious.
You do know one currently active Starfleet intelligence officer within the Shackleton.
Who?
Fox.
Yep.
You could contact him to see if she is active intelligence, or if she's moved away from intelligence and or left Starfleet in general.
I mean, I'm just weirded out by someone that he knows is on the ship. Are we getting tomfooleried?
Right. That was going to be my next question. Is this something that I can get tomfooleried on?
It would take a relatively
It'd be really tough.
I can answer that for a momentum.
Do that to you.
Yeah,
I can answer that for a momentum.
Yeah, it would be super difficult to do, but it's not.
Yeah.
Impossible.
It's not impossible, but it would have to take a super powerful telepath that's not only familiar with you, but familiar with its Shriness, in order to emulate her telepathic aura.
Right.
And we're talking like master level Beta Z. I've been doing this all my life.
Right.
I specialize in doping psionic signatures.
Maybe she's undercover tracking what the craziness that's going on here.
Yeah, it would have to be some sort of psionic means of doing so. There's no technological way of doping it. The only technological way we have would be the myth class shielding, but that just dampens your psionic signature and makes it so, you're not seen.
So my alternative hypothesis is the true contact. The reason she's on there is she's an intelligence officer, and she's following the shenanigans. That's why she's there. Maybe she's undercover.
It would potentially be a likely scenario. It's right. Yeah, not great, definitely. So, but right, yes. It's someone I know from previous work. So, potential that Starfleet Intelligence is involved. I guess I can follow up on that later.
Okay.
Continue to pursue.
All right. Well, then I guess stand down the quantum torpedoes. I won't be blasting this thing into Adam. No.
That's right. That could be
Just-
problematic. Yeah.
Just kidding. Not really, but just kidding. Okay, so we've got a potential Federation spy on the ship. That's kind of cool. That's a good thing.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think that is a
Definitely.
good thing.
I would agree. Yes, it's good to have support.
Can you psionically contact her?
You can, Sorrel.
Right. Yeah.
Okay. I will attempt a psionic contact.
As a GM, I am asking the deadly question. Are you sure?
No.
Yeah. I wasn't planning on trying to contact her.
Every time he asks us that
Feel like we
question, bad things
shouldn't.
happen. Pull away
I'm
quickly.
I'm sure, and I'm doing it.
God damn it,
This is your once a month telepathic communication. This is the one.
This is your once a month really bad idea telepathic communication.
Oh my god.
I'm sorry. Can I just slight sidebar? Is my fiance in your Twitch chat because she's laughing and pointing at me?
I hope she
I
is.
think
How
so.
would we
Someone
know?
just joined.
Yeah, she just made. Did you make a twit? You motherfucker.
That's awesome. We hooked her in.
Natalie
Welcome
Natalie
to the
Ham,
insanity.
1999.
Yeah. That's
Yeah.
yeah. What are you doing? Stop.
Welcome to the insanity.
she wants to laugh at your trauma and mine. It's gonna be laughing more at my trauma than yours.
Anyways, sure. You reach out with
My
your
mind to Shrala Ziv, however you say that.
Shrinus.
Okay.
You reach out and touch her, and Bo Rega and Guy, you're kind of like pulled along as well, but it is all Sorrel driving this ship.
Oh, I'm
Okay.
totally disconnecting.
You're pulling out.
Are you pulling off?
Oh yeah, no, I'm getting out of there. I'm not in.
No, I'm not in either.
No, Sorrel's doing this on his own.
I don't want to really interact with her. so-
I believe I'm the strongest telepath here, and I have not done the separation chant. I think you're along for the ride.
You can voluntarily disconnect it.
Don't hurt other people.
I'm not trying to hurt them.
Player
fine.
upon directive.
The way you said that.
Sorrel.
I'm trying to.
Okay. Oh my god. What is
We're
even
in
is
a
this
joint
game?
mind now, guys. We're in this game. There's no back door.
Yeah, there was a back door.
There is
no.
a back door.
The answer is don't do this.
Clear comms. Clear the channel. You make contact with this Andorian in mind.
Mhm.
And
What do I get back? I am Sorrel of the Stavanger,
She might have been captured as well.
joined with Bo Rega and Dr.
No.
Nope.
No.
No. And another friend. I'll get that last minute ink like and another friend.
Right.
oh boy. What are you doing in my mind?
You are on a mysterious ship that has recently departed Chitera and is acting rather suspiciously. What are you doing on the ship?
I'm gonna need a presence command diff 3.
Presence command diff 3 coming at you. 3. All right, so some potential foci. Composure?
No, I'm looking more for persuasion.
But would you accept leadership?
She's not in your rank structure.
Isn't. I mean, she's Starfleet, though.
Yeah, but
Would you accept it at a additional comp?
She does not respect our current chain of command.
Well,
That is telling.
Respect my current chain of command. That's interesting.
you get
Right,
a very
no-
strong sense of disrespect.
No focus. Fair enough. That is fine. I will spend 1 momentum. The rest in threat to get to 5. Onwards and downwards.
You don't get to use that in this situation.
I'm using it. It was diff 3, right? And I think I got it. I'm not gonna fish.
As you ask the question, she tries really hard to suppress the automatic answer that she gives to the question, but fails. Her automatic response is, "We are here to do an experiment."
She's not intelligence anymore.
We are here doing an experiment. Oh man.
And at that point,
she's part.
And at that point, she tries to leave the bond and call out for help. What do you
Is
do?
she Toth?
That is a good question.
Could be the assumption at this point.
Toth. How can I figure out if she's Toth?
30 seconds, or she's gonna call for help.
Oh, I'm sorry. Is there no way for me to figure out if she's Toth? Because if there's not, I'm simply going to,
You can ask another question to find out if she's Toth, at the risk that she breaks free and calls for help, or you can stop her from calling out for help.
I would like to stop her from calling out for help.
Okay. Let's see. Not someone you know, but you are familiar with the race. And I am dismotivated. Control Command to 4.
Okay. Okay. Hang on, I'm reviewing some things. Would you call this a persuade task?
Mm-hmm.
Like to invoke my palm leaf of Jati peace mission. Once per mission, when attempting a persuade task in an effort to prevent violence, which hoping to prevent violence here, I can reduce the difficulty of the task by 1.
That would apply in this situation.
Okay. Right. Psychically resilient as a trait? I'll reduce. Yep. 2. And sorry, what was the parameters again? It was
Control Command.
Control Command. Control Command. Okay. All right, here we go.
Normally this would
Add
be
a
on
threat
post.
for 3.
Normally this would be on post task, but she doesn't quite have stats yet.
I'm working on that.
I will add a threat to get to 3, and here we go. Rerolling the complication. Yep.
A momentum. You manage to reach out. It's kind of a violent act. I'll say this is a little violent for what a mind meld would be, but you freeze her voluntary motor controls.
I'm using mental force. I'm not doing damage to her, but I'm using mental force to prevent her from doing what she wants to do.
No, but it is still very much an act of aggression against an unwilling mind.
Right.
So Vulcan in not ritual. Vulcan protocol would say that this would be a violent and unsavory act to attempt. But you're able to reach out and like grab her motor controls and physically freeze her. So she can't take any voluntary motor or actions. She's still breathing, and you can still talk to her.
Off? That's my question to her.
She does not want to answer. Control command of 3.
Oh, well, in for a penny, in for a pound. One momentum, 2 threat to get to 4. I'm good at things.
2 momentum and gained. Yes, how did you know that?
Well, it's a logical inference. You've lost the path. What has led you astray?
My willingness to do what it takes.
What it takes to accomplish what?
Keep the Alpha Quadrant safe. Protect the galaxy.
From what? What threats are you saving the galaxy from by involving yourself with these unethical and unmoored scientific madmen?
She is unwilling to answer, and you can tell through her senses that there's other people around her. She appears to be in the engineering room of what would be an old-style Oberth class.
What are you trying to accomplish with the Chet?
And several of her fellow engineers are noticing that she's frozen and go, "Hey, are you okay?" Shake, shake, shake. What's going on? Shake.
What do you
Back
want
fingers.
with the Chet? I'm going to intensively ask that last question.
Commander, I believe that whatever it is, it's probably not good.
Logical.
Whoops. Whoops.
Stop breaking things, Arthur.
It's okay. I just opened the sheet onto my web browser, so I showed it to the entire stream.
I'm trying to look for an alternative here before I burn out her. I try to burn out her mind.
Okay, I have stats. What are? All right. So what was the question again? Answer.
What do you want with the Chet?
I want them away from you.
Interesting. Interesting.
Her friends outside of her body are getting concerned, and are preparing to call for help.
I think it's time to say goodbye.
I would like to use my telepathic projection abilities to burn out her memory of the last 15 minutes.
Wowzers.
Okay. Let's see. So that's an evil act.
I mean, is it evil? I just wanted to forget.
Yeah,
It's pretty crazy, man.
You're burning part of her psyche.
Forget the last 15 minutes. That's it.
Cyril, that's pretty bad.
I mean, we kill people all the time, and I really don't understand this. Okay, forget something for 15 minutes versus
we aren't the
die.
ones that initiate the bad.
I mean, we
It's
fire
okay.
phasers at people. That's I don't see it. Sorry.
Mostly because they initiate it.
Hold on.
Well,
Hold on.
hey,
He's
bad
made his
persons do
choice.
bad things.
We're doing the things. Alright, telepath. Let me see how this works.
Last 15 minutes, forget.
Yeah, I'm gonna say they're pretty far our way because this is increase 1 for every range band beyond close. They're already pretty far.
Okay.
So, presence security. Presence security to 4.
Yeah. Logical is a trait?
Increase comp.
I'll
Oh,
accept
boy.
it. I have. I'm gonna shared meld with the doctor and Borega. Anybody want to make an argument against what I'm about to do?
I think that obviously, like I'm of the mindset time to get out. I don't think that we need.
If I don't erase the memory of the last 15 minutes, she knows she's talked to us. She knows that we know. So
I believe either way, they know that we're here and involved somehow.
I will say, I
mean-
will say, Sorrel is on the right track. If he can pull out now, get her out of the lock, and erase the memories of this conversation, there's a very good chance that the Toth vessel would be none the wiser. She's just gonna
All
think,
right.
oh, I just had like a weird dissociation thing.
that's kind of what I was hoping for. Like she's like, oh well, I just kind of spaced out
Blacked
for a
out.
moment. Yeah.
All right, well, I guess let's give it a shot. See what happens.
So,
Right.
If it goes bad, then we maybe just
If it goes
kill
bad, it goes
somebody.
bad.
yeah.
Yeah.
And
it's just that this is definitely aggressive action, and it's logical, but it's also aggressive.
Yeah.
aggressive. But I mean, I'm super opposed to the Toth. I mean, I think they're terrible people doing terrible
Yeah.
things.
Yeah, no, that's completely valid.
I just don't think that the doctor in particular would assist with this kind
No,
of...
I'm not going to help you do it.
No,
but-
there's no assists here. I was
Yeah,
just sort of
no.
getting some last minute opinions. Okay, so presence, security. I've lowered the difficulty to 3 though, right? With comp now to 2. All right, 2 momentum, the rest in threat to get to full boat. Here we go. I can't. I'll spin the momentum to quash the complication.
Okay, 1 and 1.
Forget.
And it looked like an O-berth class or a Starfleet vessel.
Yeah, apparently it's a no berth class that she's on. Maybe she transferred over from that Chet vessel, because I don't think the Chet vessel was no berth.
No way.
Yeah.
Okay. You say the words forget, and you pull out of the psychic bond.
All right.
And I'm gonna have a sidebar.
Okay. I need to run to the restroom.
Yep. Okay, they can't hear me anymore. We're out of this and into this music. So Sorrel and the rest of the crew pull out of the psychic link, and the camera lingers on Shazarin. Sureness as she kind of snaps to and shakes off whatever happens as her fellow Toth members in black lab coat uniforms stand around her, and she just shakes it off and goes, sorry, something weird happened. And holographic ick disguise appears to be holding. We have some thanks. Holographic disguise appears to be holding. We had some minimal energy leakage, but I think we could play that off as magnetic interference. As we cut to the bridge of this dark, foreboding science vessel with a bunch of screens wrapped around, and in the center chair is a human in female in a black hat coat with a short red bob hair, and she's just sitting in the captain's chair observing everything. Good. Now we wait and we see what we can do to sabotage peace in the Shackleton. And with that, we cut back to the Stavanger.
I think I did great.
And we're back.
That is your opinion.
Good timing. Sorrel just got back.
All right. Cut back to the bridge of the Stavanger, or you're on this brightly lit Federation Starfleet bridge with a warm purple carpet, and the 3 of you are like sitting in your seats, kind of shaking your heads as post mind link.
Was that an O-berth? They're on a Federation vessel.
The Oberth are commonly used by the Toth.
That's unfortunate. But this is not a good occurrence then. So Toth are here. Klingon are here. We are here. So the Chet are in the middle of whatever all of this is, and this is not good. If Ashwola is with the thought she is how do I say proficient in the use of biogenic and chemical weapons. And so that is my worry, is that potentially it is something of that nature.
Which means if she's on a Toth ship, then that Toth ship is also outfitted for that purpose.
She has more skill sets potentially than just that, but it was a prominent one from her past. So it's something to keep an eye out for. I believe I should contact Starfleet Intelligence to see if she is reported missing, or if she was reported killed in some way on some sort of previous mission. So we can start narrowing down town lines as well. So
Then the two primary points of contact for intelligence would be either Fox or Hill.
copy. Interesting. So what do we do? What are you planning to do now, Commander?
Sorrel's a little out of it at the moment.
As we're having this conversation, 2, 3, 4. Captain Smith.
Yeah.
Despite all your efforts to stall as best you can, the rules of the war game have been assigned.
Yep. I bought as much time as I could.
And you can hail the Stavanger and let them know.
Yep, tap on comm badge. Captain Smith to the Stavanger.
Sorrel here.
The war game preparations have been finalized. I'd like to return to my ship now.
Captain, we are currently out of orbit. It will take us a bit to return to the planet.
Then I suggest you return to orbit immediately. I don't know why you left without informing me.
Didn't we send the Hawken to go pick us up?
No, we were discussing that. We didn't do that.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah, that was discussed, but no, actually, he fired.
Mhm.
Yeah, we never got there.
Circumstances required a dynamic response. Dynamic response, Captain. I'll be happy to give you a full report once you're back aboard.
As soon as I'm aboard, we'll be meeting in the conference room. I want a full report on what happened.
Hi, Captain.
All right. Yeah, you make your way back to the planet. And conference room scene.
Full report, Commander. What was so important that you took my trip out of orbit?
Captain, the cloaked Klingon vessel that we detected via their ion trail in the void created by the Chet had a tight communication. We couldn't see quite with what specific vessel. However, subsequently, a Chet vessel broke orbit. Scans indicated the presence of some percentage of humanoids and Chet, later showing full Chet, which I determined to be likely a false projection. We tracked the vessel around the local gas giant and then lost them. Subsequently, we had an encounter with a psychic encounter with a member of the Toth. They seem to have the intent to prevent positive relations between the Federation and the Chet as the reason for their presence here.
He looks to Guy. Can you confirm this report?
I can confirm everything is stated accurately.
Is there anything you would like to add to this psychic encounter?
I did make an effort to, well, psychically erase our tracks in the memory of this Toth agent. I can't speak to the success of that effort, but my hope is that this person has no memory of our interaction, and thus our knowledge of the Toth's plan remains unknown to the Toth.
I want to state it flat out. Psychic communications I have no issue with. This type of psychic event I don't agree with. I find it unethical. Tampering with someone's memory is highly inappropriate.
In most situations, I would agree with you, but I believe that in this situation, in how we discovered that it was Toth that we were speaking with, I believe that Commander Sorrell made the correct choice of trying to remove our interference rather than let the Toth vessel know that we have discovered their involvement.
Hopefully you made a correct decision. But morally,
Do we know?
it is dubious.
Do we know where the vessel actually went?
We had no detection of the vessel once it passed the gas giant into the dark side of the planet. We attempted to come along the other side, and wherever they went and however they escaped is not known.
Would any of my digging into the Toth earlier in the episode potentially come into play here as an assist?
Say again?
Would any of my digging into the Toth earlier in the episode about how they kind of can do stuff with their ships and weird sciences potentially come into play? For how we could detect them psychically, but there were no physical trails of them anymore?
Well, you did detect a power signature in the
right, but
of the gas giant.
it was weak and gone. Right?
It was faint,
Yeah.
and it faded. Yeah, it could be that they're just not necessarily like an active cloak, because an active cloak gives off neutrino surges, and if you know there's cloak there, you can you can search for neutrinos and kind of find it. If they're not doing that and just doing a passive hiding thing, that would not show up on sensors. Basically, just us limiting as much as their sensor cross section as possible. Well, they would not appear on sensor scans unless you knew directly what to look for.
Heard. Okay. We can add that to the project wait list. Find a way to detect a sensor-less, like weakened Toth vessel that is technically still within visual detection range. Some sort of more rudimentary way of doing it, maybe. That relies less on scanners. So we know Toth are involved, House Rax is involved, and now we are involved. So multiple players. It's definitely complicated things.
Toth, the Klingons, the Chet, and us.
I agree.
And
at this point in time, I don't want further psychic interactions with the Toth if they're still here.
I have no intentions to make further psychic connections with the Toth.
We will continue as if we don't know the Toth are there, but be mindful that they could interfere. I have some communications I need to conduct with the other powers in the quadrant, or at least the sector of space. Return to your duties.
And as of now, the clock is ticking for preparation for this war game.
Mr. Venix, you will conduct the ground operations for the war game, and Mr. Sorrell, you will be in charge of the ship for it. I will be observing both of you.
Captain, I have concerns about continuing this war game. I think the introduction of the Toth in the system, as well as the Klingons, could expose us to dangers if we continue this current plan.
If we do not continue it, then we endanger diplomatic relations with the Chet.
I'd rather endanger diplomatic relations than ones of a more physical nature. With the Toth.
Gentlemen, need I remind you, our primary mission is diplomatic relations with the Chet. I won't endanger that mission.
The mission parameters have shifted.
I won't endanger the mission just because there are further dangers. We are Starfleet. We can handle the dangers that come.
Well, Captain, I think the other powers may try and use this war game to their advantage, and either wound us, destroy us, or make us look bad.
Which is why, Mr. Venix, I added the clause that the war game would be ceased and any conclusions would be nullified.
Well, that's
the damage may be done by the time
good.
that happens.
Right, I agree. Yes, I think it's less about the success of the war game as a diplomatic relations, and the other side of what the war game is exposing us to, which are the other threats that we've now discovered here.
I understand all this. I am considering the dangers that these new factors are adding to it.
And for example, if I could throw this out here, Captain, let's say we're shooting at a Chet ship in a simulated way, but a cloaked Klingon ship
fires a blast
next to us, fires and blows them up. It looks like we did that, even though we didn't.
The war games, it's a perfect way for us to expose ourselves to threats that we have no way of defending ourselves from. We're coding the ship to not fire real weapons. We're splitting up security teams on the ground when we know that we're now in a space with two potential hostile enemies.
I understand all of your concerns. I understand the dangers. I have calculated that this could happen. Right now, our mission is what it is. We will continue the war games, and we will be prepared for if the interferences happen. Mr. Venix, I suggest you work with security to set up a quick switch in order to change our weapons back to their proper settings. Mr. Sorrell, make sure that the engineering teams have completed the refit of the Gettysburg so it is active by the time our war games are to be had, so that we can launch that to patrol the area around our war game battlefield.
I mean, Captain, there's a certain amount of logic in walking to a trap that you know is a trap. But do we have a plan for when the trap is sprung?
We don't know which side of them is going to spring the trap. There's two potential hostile parties now, so now it's not even just looking at one.
Who may be cooperating, given
right, precisely,
and
potentially.
They appear to be cooperating when they destroyed the
even
original
if
Stavanger.
Even if we were to postpone the war game, their trap is still there, waiting to be sprung. Regardless, if we tip our hand and don't continue with our war game, then our enemies are already winning. continue the war game. Prepare for the worst. Now, if you excuse me, I have some communications to conduct myself.
I walked out the door.
All right.
And this briefing is adjourned.
Right.
More
And-
tea,
and-
anyone? No?
he ended
Stay
it-
back to your
he-
post.
We ended it a while before all this. So
Yeah.
he was heading out as you were voicing more concerns.
So you wanted
Right.
to end it before your senior officers could could give you their thoughts and ideas.
Again, just to sort of give my imagery, it's Hunt for Red October where Raimi's is like,
Right.
more tea, anyone?
More tea,
No?
anyone? No.
Then back to your posts.
Good.
Yep.
Yeah.
The camera follows
What?
Smith as he leaves to go make these calls.
What I want to do is contact Klingon Ambassador on Narendra and see if the House of Rax Ambassador Kajar is actually here on Klingon Empire business or solely House of Rax business.
Good question. Give me a
Because
second.
depending on that information, I might just ask if they can send a Klingon ship to just be a second voice for the Klingons.
Yeah, let's go ahead and have you in this room for a private call.
That's fine.
Go through the proper channels.
Proper channels.
Yep. Easy enough. Spending in.
Oh, it's very threatening.
It's a little threatening. Is this an immediate call or is this priority?
Based on how the House of Rax reacted and just how secretive just what's happening around them being here, yeah, this is more like immediate call. I
Cool.
request a meeting with the ambassador as soon as possible.
Priority call. It is pushed through. You are kind of waiting on hold for 15 minutes. Not totally unusual because they have to chase down the ambassador, let him know what's going on, and finally the ambassador snaps onto the view screen. The room is dark and she appears to be in some sort of bathrobe, and she just growls, "What?"
I do apologize for disturbing you at what I assume is a late hour for you, but interactions with the House of Rax occurred again on Chet. Ambassador Kajara became increasingly aggressive when I brought up Chancellor Martok. I was wondering if you could confirm that they are here on Empire business, or are they dealing trade routes on their own?
It is not unusual for a Klingon house to conduct business on their own, but if they proclaim aim to represent the Chancellor and the whole of the Klingon Empire without holding such a flag, that would be a grave deviation from the norm.
They were rather hostile when I was asking simple questions as to their business on Chetera, and it didn't seem that they were entirely enthusiastic with dealing with the Chet in general.
I shall inquire with my government on the state of this. What do you wish? What do you wish us to do?
If there is cause that they are not here for Empire business, and it is more of a nefarious case. Under your law's purview, I would ask that you send a proper Klingon representative in order to give the voice of the Empire its proper due.
She smiles a sharp, toothy smile. That would be most agreeable, Captain.
I had hoped so. I believe you have several calls to make, and it is rather late for you, I'd imagine.
Keep your blade sharp and close, Captain.
May you gain more honor through your actions.
She bows respectfully at that and shuts off the call without preamble, as is the Klingon way.
Mm-hmm.
They do not say goodbye.
Yep. And I'd like to contact the Chet and speak with someone who would be willing in their government.
Speak with the
whoever
Chet?
would be in charge of more security matters or whatnot. Probably the deputy provocateur, but I don't know.
Who are you looking for? What question are you asking?
I'm not asking a question. I'm more like warning them that there is a potential threat from the Toth in their system. I don't know who that would go to for the chat.
I don't know who that would go to either. So let's see. You are asking
On the
for
fly.
government. This is you're asking for someone important, so above your rank, and you are not familiar with the chat system.
I'll give them a brief, like, that there is a potential threat in your system. I'd like to speak to somebody who can handle that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Control command difficulty 4 to navigate their system.
Okay, diplomacy as a focus.
Yes.
Diplomat as a trait. Knock that down.
Mm-hmm.
And since we have the Stavanger, olive branch and renowned.
Yep, diff 1.
Yay. Still gonna give you a threat. And onwards. And the ship. What is it? Occasions. Good ship.
4 momentum. Let's see, where did it go? Up here. And I put their names on a different tab. Of course I did. This is actually the Vice Exemplar are they're the second command of the Dreamer faction. Or the not faction, house.
Yes.
Yes, how can I help you?
I have reasonable information that there is a potential threat from a Toth vessel in your system.
Toth? Who are the Toth?
Scientists who will do anything to further their goals, whether it be experimentation on sentient species or the perversion of nature as a whole.
He cocks his head. And this requires warning?
It could be a very chi event for the Chet system. I don't know what they're capable of Toth ships have proven that they are outfitted for various scientific endeavors, ranging from virus to technological.
And you are giving us warning of this? Why?
It is Starfleet's purpose to... It is Starfleet's ideas that if we have reasonable information to act upon it, and there is a sentient species we are currently conducting diplomatic relations with, we should inform them as soon as we are able to. I would not wish to have anything happen to a potential ally.
Is Smith being truthful right now?
Yes.
100%?
Yep. This is what he believes. He believes that if there's the threat, then the species they are dealing with should know.
I see. Your enthusiasm... Huh. Yes, your enthusiasm is quite telling. What do you suggest we do?
I suggest you be cautious of any new ships getting close to Cheddar Prime, as we don't know what could come of those ships entering your orbit. As of right now, I only know that the Toth are currently within your system, not what they are capable of based on what we know of them.
We appreciate the warning, Captain. Thank you.
You are most welcome. Until our next meeting, Elder.
Vice Exemplar out. Bloop. And after that, the camera pans back to the conference room.
Well, looks like we're still doing the war game then.
Commander, I'll note my objections in my log, but I think the captain is making a grave mistake. The situation is ripe for exploitation. I mean, if the situation were reversed, that's what I'd be recommending to my commander.
I couldn't agree more. I think that there's too many variables in play now, and we don't know enough about the situation. This war game is rife for exploitation and miscommunication in one way or another.
So Sorrel has kind of taken the seat that Smith vacated and kind of looking at the group and says, so we agree the war games is a facade.
Whether or not the Chet...
Irrespective of whether or not the Chet know it or not.
Right, exactly. I agree. I think that there's some sort of ulterior motive. I think that the dichotomy of the Chet's governmental system, perhaps they are not being open with each other consistently.
Or one faction may be siding with different groups or multiple groups. Or...
Precisely, yes, that's what I think.
Suggestions?
Well, I mean...
The diplomacy doesn't rely on the war games, so we continue with diplomacy by other means.
That would be my recommendation as well. There are other ways to make friends with them. We can come up with some other plan, but it seems like the captain is set on the war games.
Yes, presume we are unable to disengage with the war games. what would be our best course of action?
Then we would have to prep for every potential scenario. I think the most primary one is we have to, in some way, be able to confirm for the entirety of the war games that we are not taking any hostile actions, and that this is only non-lethal or non-powered rounds.
And if the belligerents go lethal, what should be our response? To go lethal in turn, or retreat? What should be our best response?
I would agree that even if there is a hostile act, I think that we would need to immediately leave the system and regroup. I think that even if we are fired upon, if we return fire in some way, it will look a different way to the rest of the people, and it will.
I agree that might be the intent. However, if we depart, are we not ceding the ground to the Toth and the Klingon faction?
No, I think we need to defend ourselves as well as the perception of the Chet on how we handle the situation. We can either win the war game surreptitiously by not doing the direct encounter, but through some other method, or we could throw the game, let the Chet win.
How do you think the Chet would interpret an easy victory against the Federation?
Well, losing would be problematic for diplomatic relations as well, but we've already, I guess, in one way or another vocalized that we are having some technical issues.
I mean, think outside the box here. Is there if not a best response, a better response to this scenario that we are presented, a fake war game, where if we withdraw or accept defeat, we look weak, whereas if we act in whatever aggressive manner is anticipated by our foes, we destroy our relationship with the Chet. Is there a through line here?
But how true? I guess there is the potential where we don't know exactly what the other parties are attempting to do during this time. If maybe potentially if we are just so wildly efficient that we win the war game before other groups have a chance to do anything.
Commander, I have a possible solution.
Yes.
Neither winning nor losing, but something else. Suppose a certain captain that we know of a cargo ship was to have a distress call in a different system that required assistance. We would have to attend to that.
Mr. Barton.
As a priority.
What are you talking about? Mr. Barton?
Yes. That would be the captain, yes.
Perhaps he would be willing to engage in such of a distraction, perhaps a diversion of the war games. I think that is one possibility. Certainly, we should.
We could also use that to engage the Chet in a cooperative mission instead of an oppositional mission.
Commander Vinix, contact Captain Barton and see if he'd be willing to help us in this potential endeavor. I am intrigued by your proposal. I do think we need to find some way out of this box that we've been trapped in by the Toth and the Klingons.
Yes, sir. I'll contact him immediately and see if he's open to the suggestion.
Excellent. And the rest of you, do your best to get the Stavanger A and the Gettysburg up and ready to roll, so that we are in tip-top shape for whatever may become. Because I do not believe we will be having simple war games with the Chet in presently.
So, for the GM's part, what was the plan involving Barton?
So apparently Vinix wants to contact Barton and see if Barton would be willing to sort of be a Kobayashi Maru, was kind of what I was hearing.
Okay.
Yeah, sort of, kind of.
Mm-hmm.
Basically, we have to call off the game because we have to deal with some ship in distress. Hey, you guys want to help us do this? This is what Starfleet does. We bring them along. We show them how rescuing ships in distress works. Mm-hmm. So instead of having a war game, we do a cooperative mission.
Like a PvE rescue mission, yeah.
Instead of PvP, you turn it PvE. I like it.
It's funny because in reality, that may actually be the real thing going on.
Right, yeah.
Yes, that could totally be something in that you can set up.
Okay, cool.
But as of now, you have 12 hours to get everything in motion. But as of now, the Stavanger prepares for war game, knowing that they have to put up a good performance to impress the Chet. But if they put up too good a performance, and their enemies could twist that and turn it into a diplomatic disaster.
Mm-hmm. So, y'all better hope that you get the warp core up in the next 12 hours. Warping out is not an option.
Yeah, that's also another reason why we should delay this game.
We'll talk about that after the game. But yes, as of now, the trap has been set, and right now, the only way to peace is to put your hand in that trap and show the Chet what you got, knowing that at any wrong move, if your enemies can turn this into a diplomatic disaster.
Fear is the mind killer.
Fear is the mind killer. And on that, we end tonight's episode.
There's the mind killer. Smith currently has his hand in the box as waiting for the trap to spring.
We're doomed.
Yeah, you guys legit have your hands in the box of Gamba, and you have to endure the pain, and if you pull out, you will die.
The pain!
And with that, the credits will roll. Be sure to catch us next week, Thursday at 7 p.m. here on Twitch. It's to catch our next adventure on the frontier. Thank you to our awesome players tonight. Music provided by Kevin Macloud. You can check out his royalty-free music at incompetech.com. As always, we are forever grateful to Modifius for giving us the tall ship, and to Gene Roddenberry, the great bird of the galaxy, for giving the stars to guide us. Until we meet again, go out and find your adventure.